What if one of the greatest wars in history never happened on Earth, but among the stars? According to some ancient alien theories, two advanced civilizations, the Anunnaki and the Alpha Centaurians, became locked in a conflict that may have shaped humanity's destiny long before recorded history. Some claim this wasn't just a battle for territory, but a struggle over Earth itself, human civilization, and the future of our species. But where did this extraordinary story come from? Is there anything in ancient myths or UFO lore that points to such a conflict? Or is it simply one of the most imaginative legends in modern extraterrestrial mythology? In this video, we explore the mystery of the Anunnaki versus Alpha Centaurians and the alleged cosmic war that continues to fascinate believers around the world. Long before the first city rose from the mud of the Tigris and Euphrates, long before a single human hand pressed a reed into wet clay to record a name, the sky above Earth was not empty, it was contested. Two civilizations, ancient beyond any measure human history can offer, had already been moving through the galaxy for tens of thousands of years, and both of them, for very different reasons, turned their attention toward a small blue world orbiting an unremarkable yellow star. What happened next, according to a growing body of researchers who study ancient texts, megalithic construction, and the strange gaps in the human origin story, was not myth. It was war. A long, cold, and at times catastrophically hot war between two advanced civilizations who saw Earth not as a home, but as a prize. On one side stood the Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came, a name preserved in cracked cuneiform tablets pulled from the ruins of Sumer. On the other stood a civilization whose fingerprints are harder to find in the textual record, but whose presence, once you know where to look, seems to run through nearly every culture's account of sky beings, star teachers, and luminous visitors who did not simply create humanity, but tried to protect it. Researchers who have pieced together fragments of this theory call them the Alpha Centaurians, named for the star system many believe was their point of origin, the closest stellar neighbor to our own sun, a mere 4.37 light-years away, close enough in cosmic terms to be practically next door. This is the story of that war, not a war fought with the crude machinery of human conflict, but one waged across millennia, fought in the space between stars, in the halls of ancient temples, in the bloodlines of kings, and in the very DNA of the species caught in the middle of it. To understand how it began, we have to go back further than Sumer, further than Egypt, further than any ruin still standing today. We have to go back to a time before Earth had a name, when two civilizations were already old, already spread across multiple star systems, and already deeply, irreversibly opposed to one another in how they believed advanced life should treat the worlds it encountered. The Anunnaki story, as reconstructed by researchers over the past several decades, begins on a planet many call Nibiru, though the word itself is disputed among scholars of ancient Sumerian. Zecharia Sitchin, whose translations of Sumerian texts in the 1970s first popularized this narrative in the modern era, argued that Nibiru was a 12th planet in our own solar system, a world on a long, elliptical orbit that swings it through the inner solar system only once every several thousand years. Whether or not Nibiru is a planet within our own solar system, or, as some researchers now argue, a name for a distant homeworld entirely outside it, the core of the story remains consistent across dozens of variations. The Anunnaki came from a world in crisis. Their atmosphere was failing. Some versions of the theory point to a thinning ozone layer, others to a planetary atmosphere so damaged that the only solution their scientists could offer was gold, vaporized into microscopic particles and suspended in the upper atmosphere to reflect and filter solar radiation. Gold, in this telling, was not treasure, it was survival, and their own world did not have enough of it. So they searched. According to Sumerian king lists and creation texts, like the Enuma Elish, the Anunnaki explored many worlds before their attention settled on Earth, a planet rich in the exact mineral their civilization desperately needed. The texts describe an initial arrival hundreds of thousands of years before recorded human history. A scouting expedition led by a figure named Enki, described in Sumerian mythology as a brilliant scientist and engineer, more interested in knowledge and creation than conquest. Enki is credited in the oldest texts with identifying Earth's mineral wealth and establishing the first outposts. Places later remembered in myth as Eridu, one of the oldest cities named in the Sumerian king list, a city the Sumerians themselves believed was not built by human hands, but was already standing when humanity arrived to inhabit it. Mining, however, is grueling work, and even an advanced civilization needs labor. The Anunnaki, according to these ancient accounts, first attempted to mine Earth's gold themselves, establishing operations in what is now southern Africa, a detail that intriguingly lines up with the discovery of extraordinarily old mining shafts in the region, some dated by geologists to tens of thousands of years before any known human civilization existed there, complete with tool marks that no known ancient human culture is credited with making. The labor broke them. Sumerian texts describe a rebellion among the lower-ranking Anunnaki workers, the ones assigned to the mines rather than command, a mutiny so severe that the leadership of the Anunnaki, headed by a figure named Enlil, described as more militaristic and rule-bound than his half-brother Enki, was forced to find another solution. That solution, according to the Atrahasis epic and later echoed in the biblical book of Genesis, was the creation of a new laborer. A being that could work the mines, tolerate Earth's environment without the life support systems the Anunnaki themselves required, and reproduce on its own so that a permanent workforce would never again need to be imported from off-world. Enki, working with a birth goddess named Nin-Hursag, is credited in these texts with combining Anunnaki genetic material with that of an existing Earth primate, a hominid already walking the plains of Africa, to create what the Sumerians called the Lulu, the primitive worker. Homo sapiens, in this telling, was not a random product of terrestrial evolution alone, but a deliberate genetic splice, a hybrid built for a purpose. This is the moment, according to researchers who have spent careers on this theory, when the war truly became inevitable, though it would be tens of thousands of years before the first shots, so to speak, were fired. Because a splice like that does not go unnoticed. Not by a civilization already watching Earth from a distance, already invested in what life on this world might become if left alone. This is where the Alpha Centaurians enter the story, and where the theory becomes considerably harder to trace through a single unbroken textual tradition, because unlike the Anunnaki, whose name and deeds are carved directly into Sumerian tablets, the Alpha Centaurian presence has to be reconstructed from fragments scattered across dozens of unrelated cultures. Researchers point to the Dogon people of Mali, whose oral traditions describe visitors from the Sirius star system with advanced astronomical knowledge. The Dogon should not have had access to without modern telescopes, including precise knowledge of Sirius B, a white dwarf star invisible to the naked eye. They point to Hopi and other indigenous American traditions, describing star people who came not to rule, but to warn and to guide. They point to Vedic texts describing Vimana craft and celestial beings locked in conflicts that shook the heavens. And increasingly, researchers investigating the Alpha Centauri connection specifically point to a cluster of consistent details. Beings described as tall, pale, often associated with light rather than fire or metal, who taught agriculture, ethics, and astronomy rather than demanding labor or worship, and who are consistently remembered as being in conflict with a second group of visitors, ones who demanded exactly the opposite. The Alpha Centaurian civilization, as reconstructed through this comparative mythology, appears to have operated under a fundamentally different framework than the Anunnaki, where the Anunnaki treated Earth as a resource, a mining colony with a convenient side effect of new sentient life. The Alpha Centaurians appear to have treated the emergence of intelligence on Earth as something closer to a sacred event, one worth protecting from exploitation. Some researchers describe this as a kind of ancient prime directive, a philosophy that intelligent life, once it exists, has an inherent right to develop without external interference or enslavement. Whether Alpha Centauri itself, a triple star system consisting of Alpha Centauri A, Alpha Centauri B, and the small red dwarf Proxima Centauri, is truly the point of origin for these beings, or whether Alpha Centaurian is simply the label modern researchers have applied to a group whose actual origin remains unknown. The theory holds that this second civilization had been observing Earth and worlds like it for a very long time before the Anunnaki ever arrived, treating such worlds as gardens to be watched over rather than mines to be stripped. It's worth pausing here to address something directly, because any serious examination of this theory has to. We are talking about a period of history for which no human witness exists, reconstructed from texts written thousands of years after the events they describe. Texts that were themselves copied and recopied by scribes who may have altered, compressed, or misunderstood the original meaning of what they were transcribing. The Sumerian tablets are real. The Enuma Elish is real. The Atrahasis epic is real. What is contested fiercely by mainstream historians and archaeologists is whether these texts describe literal extraterrestrial visitors or whether they are, as conventional scholarship holds, sophisticated mythology, an ancient people's attempt to explain natural phenomena, political power, and the origins of agriculture and civilization through the language of gods and divine intervention available to them at the time. This series does not pretend that debate is settled. What it does is follow the ancient astronaut theory to its full, consistent conclusion, tracing the war narrative as researchers in this field have reconstructed it, piece by piece, text by text, ruin by ruin, letting the pattern speak for itself. And the pattern, once you start looking for it, is difficult to dismiss entirely as coincidence. Nearly every ancient culture on Earth, separated by oceans, mountain ranges, and thousands of years, describes the same basic structure. Beings who came from the sky, who were divided among themselves, who fought, and whose fight somehow shaped the fate of early humanity. The Greeks had their Titans warring with the Olympians. The Norse had the Aesir at war with the Vanir, and later, the Jotun. The Hindu texts describe Devas locked in eternal struggle with Asuras, both groups powerful, both groups flying through the sky in craft described with mechanical, almost engineering-level detail. Even the Book of Enoch, excluded from the standard biblical canon but preserved by the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, describes a faction of angels, the Watchers, who defied heavenly order to intervene directly in human affairs, teaching forbidden knowledge and producing hybrid offspring, the Nephilim, whose existence proved so destabilizing that it is directly cited as a cause of the flood that follows in the very next chapters. Researchers who support the Anunnaki versus Alpha Centaurian framework argue that these are not independent myths that happen to converge on similar themes by coincidence or shared human psychology, as conventional anthropology suggests through the concept of universal archetypes. They argue instead that these are regional, culturally translated memories of the same underlying event or series of events, remembered differently by different peoples because different peoples were, quite literally, given different accounts by different sides of the same conflict. The Anunnaki, wherever they went, established themselves as gods to be worshipped, feared, and obeyed, demanding temples, sacrifice, and total submission. The Alpha Centaurians, wherever their influence can be traced, appear instead as teachers, culture bringers, figures like Quetzalcoatl in Mesoamerican tradition or Oannes in Babylonian tradition, beings who arrived, taught, and in several traditions explicitly warned the people they taught about another, more dangerous group of visitors who did not have humanity's best interests in mind. If this framework holds, then the first true point of contact between these two civilizations over the fate of Earth did not happen in the skies, but on the ground, in the earliest days of the genetic experiment that produced modern humanity. Because a species built specifically to serve, a species deliberately kept, according to several interpretations of the Genesis text, from full access to knowledge, symbolized by the restriction on the tree of knowledge in Eden, is a species that a civilization built around the protection and flourishing of sentient life would find deeply, urgently troubling. The Alpha Centaurians, in this telling, did not create humanity, but they appear to have taken an immediate and active interest in what humanity became, an interest that put them on a collision course with the very civilization that had built humanity for an entirely different purpose in the first place. What follows in this series is the attempt to trace that collision course across the full span of ancient history, from the earliest genetic experiments in Africa, through the founding of Sumerian civilization, through the flood narrative that appears with startling consistency in cultures with no possible contact with one another, through the construction of the pyramids and other megalithic sites that continue to defy conventional explanations of the tools and manpower available to the ancient world, through the destruction of cities described in terms eerily consistent with advanced weaponry, and finally into the modern era, where researchers argue the war never truly ended, only changed shape, continuing in the shadows of a species that has never fully been told the truth about its own origins or about the two civilizations that shaped them. The first colony. To understand the war, we have to understand the command structure that first brought the Anunnaki to Earth, because everything that followed, the rebellion in the mines, the creation of humanity, the eventual conflict with the Alpha Centaurians, traces back to a chain of authority that Sumerian texts describe in surprisingly bureaucratic detail. At the top of that structure stood Anu, the ruler of the Anunnaki homeworld, a figure remembered in Sumerian religion as the god of the sky itself, distant, rarely present on Earth, but the ultimate authority behind every decision made here. Beneath Anu stood his two sons, half-brothers born of different mothers, and it is the rivalry between these two sons that Sumerian mythology returns to again and again, because it is this rivalry, researchers argue, that shaped nearly every major decision the Anunnaki made on Earth for thousands of years. The first of these sons was Enki, sometimes called Ea in later Akkadian and Babylonian texts, whose domain was described as the Abzu, the freshwater ocean beneath the earth, a title researchers interpret as an ancient description of undersea or underground research facilities rather than a literal mythological ocean. Enki is consistently portrayed across Sumerian, Akkadian, and Babylonian sources as the more scientifically minded of the two, a figure associated with wisdom, craftsmanship, medicine, and creation itself. It was Enki, according to the Atrahasis epic, who first proposed and then executed the genetic modification of an existing terrestrial hominid to produce a compliant labor force. And it was Enki who, in flood narratives across the region, secretly warned a chosen human, remembered in different traditions as Ziusudra, Utnapishtim, or eventually Noah, to build a vessel and survive the coming catastrophe against the explicit orders of his own brother. This detail matters enormously to the war narrative because it establishes, within the Anunnaki's own textual tradition, an internal fracture. Enki did not always act as a unified force with the rest of his people. He appears, again and again, to have operated with a degree of independent conscience, one that researchers argue may have made him more sympathetic to, or at least less hostile toward, the philosophy the Alpha Centaurians would eventually bring into direct conflict with Anunnaki policy on Earth. The second son was Enlil, whose domain was the air, the atmosphere, the space between heaven and earth, and whose temperament in nearly every surviving text is harsher, more militant, and more concerned with order, hierarchy, and obedience than his brothers. It was Enlil who commanded the mining operations most directly, Enlil, who is blamed in Sumerian texts for the brutal working conditions that eventually triggered the worker rebellion. And Enlil, who, according to the flood narratives, wanted the coming deluge to wipe out humanity entirely, viewing the species as a mistake that had grown too numerous, too independent, and too difficult to control. The rivalry between Enki and Enlil is not incidental detail. It is, according to researchers in this field, the first fault line in what would eventually become open conflict with an entirely separate civilization, because a house already divided against itself is a house considerably easier for an outside power to find purchase in. The actual arrival on Earth, according to the reconstructed timeline drawn from Sumerian king lists and later Babylonian chronologies like the writings of the priest Berossus, took place in stages. The first stage was reconnaissance, a period during which scouting teams, led according to most versions by Enki himself, identified Earth's mineral wealth and selected suitable locations for permanent settlement. The southeastern marshlands of what is now Iraq were chosen for the first true colony, a settlement the Sumerians called Eridu, which their own king lists describe as the first city ever to receive kingship from heaven, a phrase researchers interpret as a direct statement that this was not a human foundation, but an administrative outpost established by an off-world authority. Archaeological excavation of Eridu has confirmed it as one of the oldest continuously occupied sites in Mesopotamia, with occupation layers stretching back roughly 7,000 years. And its foundation myths consistently describe it as a place where Enki resided physically, not merely a temple dedicated to his worship in the abstract, but a described dwelling. From Eridu, according to the reconstructed narrative, the Anunnaki established a network of additional cities, each assigned to a different member of their command hierarchy, a pattern that closely mirrors the administrative structure of a colonial operation rather than the organic growth of independent city-states. Nippur, associated with Enlil, became the seat of executive command, described in Sumerian texts as the site of the Duranki, literally the bond between heaven and earth, a facility researchers argue functioned as a communications and control center linking the Earth colony back to Anunnaki command elsewhere. Sippar, associated with the sun god Utu, is described in the earliest texts as the site of a spaceport, a landing platform, and its name itself has been translated by researchers as relating to birds, a term some argue was an ancient way of describing flight. Shurupak, further south, became, according to the Atrahasis epic, the specific city where the warning of the coming flood was delivered to the human chosen for survival. But the mining operation that started all of this was not located in Mesopotamia at all. According to Sitchin's original translation work and the researchers who have expanded on it since, the primary gold mining operation was established in southeastern Africa, in a region corresponding to modern-day South Africa and Zimbabwe. And this is where the theory moves from purely textual reconstruction into physical, testable archaeology. Ancient mining shafts have been discovered throughout this region, some near modern-day Mpumalanga, that geologists studying the surrounding rock strata and the mineral deposits left behind have dated to periods ranging from many thousands to, in some highly contested estimates, over 100,000 years old, predating any known human mining culture in the region by a staggering margin. Mainstream archaeology attributes many of these shafts, where dating is less extreme, to more recent Iron Age African civilizations, and this attribution is not without evidence. But researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut theory argue that the oldest layers of these workings show tool marks inconsistent with the technology available to any known human culture at the estimated time of excavation, and that local Zulu oral tradition independently describes the region's earliest miners as beings called the Chitauri, or sky people, said to have used tools that dug channels through solid rock with a precision no forge or hand tool of the era could replicate. Not far from these mining regions sits a structure that has become central to this branch of the theory, a massive stone complex known as Adam's Calendar, located in the Mpumalanga region and consisting of large upright monoliths arranged in a configuration that aligns with solstice and equinox positions of the sun. Discovered by pilot and researcher Michael Tellinger, who has spent decades documenting it, the site sits at the center of a sprawling network of hundreds of thousands of stone circle ruins scattered across the surrounding landscape. Ruins whose true age and purpose remain fiercely debated. Mainstream archaeologists who have examined the region generally attribute these stone circles to cattle enclosures and settlements built by Bantu-speaking peoples within the last 1,000 to 2,000 years, a far more recent date than the tens of thousands of years Tellinger and other independent researchers have proposed. What is not in dispute is the sheer scale of the network and the deliberate astronomical alignment of Adam's calendar itself. A level of precision researchers in this theory argue points to purpose-built infrastructure rather than incidental settlement, infrastructure they connect directly to the operational needs of an ancient off-world mining colony that required a way to track solar cycles, communicate across distances, or navigate. If this mining colony was as extensive as researchers claim, it would have required exactly the kind of large, controllable labor force that Sumerian texts describe the Anunnaki eventually creating, and it is in this context, a brutal, generational mining operation stretched across a continent that the worker rebellion described in the Atrahasis epic makes its clearest sense. The The text describes the lower-ranking Anunnaki, the ones assigned to physical labor rather than command, laying down their tools, surrounding Enlil's residence at Nippur, and declaring that they would no longer bear the burden of the work. It is a startlingly human moment preserved in a text nearly 4,000 years old. Workers demanding relief from an unbearable labor system, and it is the moment that Sumerian tradition credits as the direct trigger for the decision to create a substitute laborer altogether. This is also, researchers argue, the earliest possible window in which the Alpha Centaurians could have first taken notice of what was happening on Earth. A civilization already monitoring the development of intelligent life across nearby star systems, one operating under a philosophy of protection rather than exploitation, would have had every reason to flag an operation of this scale, a colonizing power stripping a planet's resources using an enslaved labor force, as a serious concern, long before that labor force was even genetically modified into what would become humanity. Some researchers go further, arguing that early Alpha Centaurian observation posts, hidden monitoring outposts rather than active colonies, may have already existed on Earth or within the solar system by this point, watching without direct intervention, gathering information, waiting to see how far the Anunnaki operation would go before deciding whether and how to act. That decision would not wait much longer. Because the solution Enki proposed to end the worker rebellion, the deliberate genetic splicing of Anunnaki material into an Earth primate to produce a new permanently bound labor class, was not merely a labor policy. It was, in the eyes of a civilization built around the protection of emerging intelligence, the deliberate manufacture of a new sentient species for the explicit purpose of servitude. And that, according to the reconstructed history this series follows, is the moment the Alpha Centaurians could no longer remain passive observers. In the next part, we examine the creation of Homo sapiens in detail, the specific genetic account preserved in the Atrahasis epic and echoed in Genesis, and the first documented signs, scattered across multiple ancient traditions, that a second civilization had begun to take direct notice of what was happening on Earth. The making of a species. The creation of humanity, as described in the Atrahasis epic, is not a vague act of divine will. It is described with an almost clinical precision that has led researchers for decades to argue that what the Sumerians were recording was not metaphor, but a garbled, ancient attempt to describe an actual genetic procedure using the only vocabulary available to a Bronze Age scribe. The text describes Enki instructing the birth goddess Ninhursag, sometimes called Ninma or Mami in variant texts, to combine clay, understood by researchers as a stand-in term for biological or genetic material, with the flesh and blood of a slain Anunnaki deity named Geshtue, whose name is translated as ear or wisdom, suggesting that this particular Anunnaki was chosen specifically for qualities related to intelligence and cognition. The mixture, according to the text, was then combined with the genetic material of an existing terrestrial hominid, and the resulting being, the Lulu Amelu, the primitive worker, was declared fit to bear the yoke of labor that the rebelling Anunnaki workers no longer would. 14 birth goddesses are described as assisting in this process. 7 male and 7 female templates produced from wombs implanted with the engineered material, a detail researchers point to as an early description of what would today be recognized as a controlled breeding or gestational program rather than a single spontaneous act of creation. The process was not immediately successful. Sumerian texts describe multiple failed attempts, beings born with defects, some unable to reproduce, some physically malformed, a detail that appears again, transformed, in later Greek mythology's descriptions of monstrous, failed creations preceding the successful shaping of mortal humanity, and again in Mesoamerican creation accounts describing multiple failed attempts by the gods to create beings capable of proper worship and labor before a viable version was achieved. Only after repeated adjustment, according to the Sumerian account, was a stable, self-replicating version of the new species produced, one capable of reproducing on its own, ending the Anunnaki's need to continually manufacture new laborers from scratch. This account maps with uncomfortable precision onto the opening chapters of Genesis, a text researchers argue is not an independent revelation, but a heavily edited, monotheistic redaction of the same underlying Mesopotamian material, compressed and reframed centuries later by scribes working within a very different theological tradition. The Hebrew text of Genesis 1:26 famously uses plural language. Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, a grammatical oddity that traditional theology explains as a reference to the Trinity or a royal plural, but which researchers in this field argue is a linguistic fossil, a remnant surviving from an earlier polytheistic source text describing multiple beings, the Elohim, collectively deciding to create a new species in their own image. The Hebrew word Elohim is itself grammatically plural, and its use throughout the earliest layers of Genesis, particularly in the creation and Eden narratives, has been a point of scholarly debate for over a century, long before the ancient astronaut theory adopted it as supporting evidence. The second creation account in Genesis chapter 2, distinct from the first and widely recognized by biblical scholars as coming from a different, older source tradition, describes God forming man directly from the dust of the ground and breathing life into him, a detail that closely parallels the clay and breath imagery found not only in the Atrahasis epic, but across nearly every Near Eastern creation myth of the period, including Egyptian accounts of the god Khnum shaping human beings on a potter's wheel. Researchers argue that this recurring imagery, clay-shaped and then animated by divine breath, reflects a shared ancestral memory of the same genetic engineering event, translated independently by different cultures who inherited fragments of the same original account through different regional transmission lines, whether through direct Anunnaki contact with early human populations or through later cultural diffusion following the collapse of the original unified Mesopotamian source tradition. What makes this creation story central to the war narrative is not simply that it happened, but what it represented to a civilization watching from a distance with an entirely different philosophy toward emerging intelligence. If the Alpha Centaurians, as researchers argue, operated under a framework that treated the natural emergence and development of sentient life as something to be protected and allowed to unfold on its own terms, then the artificial creation of a new sentient species, engineered specifically and explicitly for servitude, restricted from full access to knowledge, and treated as property rather than as an autonomous population, would have represented a direct violation of the principle that framework was built to defend. This is not a claim without ancient textual support. The very next major event described in Genesis after the creation of humanity is the placement of Adam and Eve in a garden, explicitly forbidden from eating the fruit of the tree of knowledge, with the specific stated reason given by God being fear that humanity would become like one of us, possessing full knowledge of good and evil, and, in the following chapter, fear that they might also eat from a second tree, the tree of life, and become immortal as well. Researchers argue that this restriction is the textual fossil of the Anunnaki's deliberate limitation of the species they had engineered, keeping their creation dependent, controllable, and ignorant of both extended lifespan and full self-determination, exactly the outcome one would expect from a civilization that had built a workforce and had every incentive to keep that workforce compliant. And it is in the very next scene of Genesis that many researchers locate the first direct textual evidence of outside intervention, the serpent. Traditional theology reads the serpent in Eden as a symbol of Satan, a later interpretive layer added by New Testament writers centuries after Genesis was composed. But the Hebrew text itself describes the serpent, the Nachash, as simply more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made, a being present in the garden who directly contradicts God's warning about the tree of knowledge, telling Eve that she will not die from eating its fruit, but rather that her eyes will be opened. Researchers pursuing the Alpha Centaurian framework argue that this figure represents the first documented contact between the second civilization and the human species the Anunnaki had created, an intervention aimed directly at giving humanity the very knowledge its creators were withholding. Whether the serpent imagery reflects a genuine memory of an encounter with an off-world visitor, deliberately coded into serpent symbolism by later scribes working within the Anunnaki-aligned priesthood as a way of discrediting the intervention, or whether it represents something else entirely, the pattern is consistent with dozens of other global traditions in which serpent-associated or dragon-associated beings are remembered simultaneously as bringers of forbidden knowledge, and as figures locked in conflict with a more dominant, more punitive sky god. The Nagas of Hindu and Buddhist tradition, serpent beings associated with hidden wisdom and often at odds with the ruling devas. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent of Mesoamerica, remembered as a culture bringer who taught agriculture, writing, and the calendar, and who was eventually driven out by a rival, more bloodthirsty faction of gods demanding human sacrifice. The recurring image, across cultures with no plausible line of direct contact, is strikingly consistent. A serpent or dragon figure associated with knowledge and teaching, opposed by a more authoritarian sky power demanding obedience and worship. The consequence of this first intervention in the biblical account was catastrophic for humanity's relationship with its creators. Adam and Eve are expelled from the garden, cursed with mortality, hard labor, and pain, and cherubim are stationed at the garden's entrance with a flaming sword to prevent any return, specifically to prevent access to the tree of life. Researchers argue that this expulsion should be read less as a moral punishment for disobedience and more as a security response, the Anunnaki authority moving swiftly to contain a breach, to separate their engineered species from the outside influence that had begun altering it, and to ensure that the knowledge already transmitted could not be compounded by further access to life-extending technology or resources. It is a pattern that repeats throughout the rest of Genesis and throughout the broader Mesopotamian tradition. Whenever humanity gains access to forbidden knowledge, technology, or extended capability, whether through the serpent in Eden, through the Watchers in the Book of Enoch, or through humanity's own later ambitions at Babel, the response from the ruling Anunnaki authority is swift, severe, and specifically designed to reassert the boundary between creator and creation. This is the shape of the earliest phase of the war. Not open battle, not fleets in the sky, but a quiet, asymmetric struggle over information itself, fought in gardens, in whispered warnings, in the careful, deliberate transmission of knowledge from one faction to a species that belonged, by right of creation, to the other. It is a war that begins not with weapons, but with a single piece of forbidden fruit, and its consequences would ripple outward across every generation of humanity that followed. In the next part of this series, we examine what happened after Eden, the descendants of Adam, the rise of Cain and Abel, as a reflection of the growing divide within the human population itself, and the first clear evidence in the ancient record of open, direct contact between humanity and beings identified as belonging to a second, rival faction of sky visitors. The Watchers descend. If the expulsion from Eden represented the first quiet intervention in the war for humanity's future, the events described in the Book of Enoch represent the moment that intervention became impossible to contain. Enoch is not part of the standard biblical canon used by most Jewish and Christian traditions today, but it was widely read and considered scripture by many communities in the centuries before and after the time of Jesus, was quoted directly in the New Testament Book of Jude, and remains canonical scripture to this day within the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church. Fragments of it were also found among the Dead Sea Scrolls at Qumran, confirming that the text, or at least its core traditions, circulated widely and were taken seriously by Jewish communities in the centuries before the Common Era, and what Enoch describes in far more explicit detail than the brief, cryptic mention of sons of God in Genesis chapter 6, is an organized descent of 200 angelic beings, called the Watchers, led by a figure named Semjaza, who descend to Mount Hermon and swear a collective oath to defy heavenly order and take human wives. The text names the leaders of this group individually, 20 of them, each associated with a specific area of forbidden knowledge they proceeded to teach humanity. Azazel is credited with teaching men the making of swords, knives, shields, and breastplates, the metallurgy of warfare, along with teaching women the art of cosmetics and adornment. Others are credited with teaching astrology, the reading of omens in the stars and the moon, the properties of roots and plants, incantations, and the resolving of enchantments. This is, functionally, a technology and knowledge transfer described in a religious text nearly 2,500 years old, occurring in direct defiance of the established heavenly authority. Precisely the kind of intervention researchers argue is consistent with a rival faction attempting to accelerate human development and self-sufficiency against the wishes of the Anunnaki leadership that had originally engineered humanity to remain dependent and controlled. The consequences described in Enoch are severe and immediate. The union between the Watchers and human women produces offspring described as giants, the Nephilim, beings of such size and appetite that they begin consuming all human food, and when that is not enough, they turn on humanity itself and eventually on each other. The text describes the earth being filled with violence and corruption as a direct result, language that echoes and expands upon the brief statement in Genesis 6:4, identifying the Nephilim as mighty men which were of old, men of renown, existing on the earth both before and after this period of interbreeding. It is this corruption in both the Enoch and Genesis accounts that is given as the direct cause of the flood that follows. A detail researchers argue reframes the entire flood narrative. The deluge was not, in this reading, a general judgment on human wickedness in the abstract. It was a targeted response to a specific genetic and technological crisis triggered by unauthorized interbreeding between an off-world faction and the human population, a crisis that had produced a hybrid population powerful enough to destabilize the existing order entirely. Enoch describes the archangels Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel observing the devastation on earth and appealing to God to intervene, and the punishment that follows falls specifically on the Watchers themselves as much as on humanity. Azazel is bound and cast into a pit in the desert to remain there until a final judgment. Semjaza and the other Watcher leaders are bound beneath the earth for 70 generations. Their giant offspring, the Nephilim, are destined to destroy one another in violence before the flood arrives to cleanse what remains. It is a text describing not simply divine punishment of humanity, but a brutal internal reckoning within the ranks of the sky beings themselves. A faction that broke from established order was hunted down and was imprisoned specifically to prevent them from continuing their intervention. Researchers examining this account through the lens of the broader Anunnaki conflict argue that the Watchers of Enoch should not necessarily be read as identical to the Alpha Centaurians described elsewhere in this reconstructed history, but rather as a faction whose actions and motivations, teaching forbidden knowledge, intervening directly against the interests of the ruling authority, and being violently suppressed for it, mirror the broader pattern the Alpha Centaurian intervention is believed to represent throughout global mythology. Some researchers propose that the Watchers may represent a specific operational cell, whether allied with or entirely separate from the wider Alpha Centaurian civilization, whose intervention on Mount Hermon was one flashpoint within a much longer and more dispersed conflict playing out simultaneously across multiple regions of the ancient world. What is consistent, regardless of the precise identity of the Watchers themselves, is the underlying pattern, an outside faction defying an established sky authority to give humanity capability it was not meant to have, followed by a swift and violent response from that authority, a response severe enough to be remembered independently across dozens of unrelated ancient cultures as a global catastrophe. Because the flood itself is not unique to Mesopotamian and biblical tradition, it appears, with startling consistency, in cultures with no plausible route of contact with the ancient Near East. In Mesoamerican traditions describing a great deluge that only a few survivors escape by boat or by climbing a great tree. In Chinese legends of the Emperor Yu the Great taming a catastrophic flood. In Aboriginal Australian oral traditions, in Hindu accounts of Manu, warned by a fish, to build a boat and gather the seeds of every living thing before a global deluge arrives. Geologists and mainstream historians generally attribute this pattern to independent regional flooding events, entirely plausible given how many ancient settlements clustered around rivers and coastlines vulnerable to catastrophic inundation, combined with the universal human tendency to mythologize disaster. Researchers in the ancient astronaut framework argue instead, or in addition, that the sheer consistency of specific narrative details across unconnected cultures, advance warning given by a sympathetic figure, construction of a vessel, preservation of animal or plant life, and a small number of named survivors who go on to repopulate the world, points to a shared original event, memory of which was carried outward by the survivors and their descendants as human populations dispersed across the globe in the millennia that followed. Within the Mesopotamian tradition specifically, the flood account preserved in the Atrahasis epic and later in the Epic of Gilgamesh gives the clearest picture of the internal Anunnaki conflict this event represents. Enlil, according to these texts, proposed the flood specifically as a final solution to what he viewed as an uncontrollable, overpopulated, and increasingly independent human species, and he demanded that the other Anunnaki swear an oath of secrecy, ensuring that no warning would reach the human population before the deluge struck. Enki, bound by that oath but unwilling to allow total annihilation of a species he had personally helped create, is described finding a workaround, speaking not directly to the chosen human, Utnapishtim, but to the reed wall of his house, technically honoring the letter of his oath while ensuring the warning was delivered all the same. It is a moment of open, documented fracture within the Anunnaki command structure itself. One brother willing to exterminate humanity entirely, the other willing to risk direct punishment from his own people to preserve it. Researchers argue that this fracture is precisely the opening the Alpha Centaurians needed. A unified, disciplined ruling structure would have been far more difficult to work around or against. A structure already split between a faction willing to protect its creation and a faction willing to destroy it entirely gave any outside civilization intent on preserving humanity's development a clear internal ally to work alongside, whether through direct coordination with Enki's faction or simply through parallel, independently motivated intervention aimed at the same outcome. Either way, the flood, when it came, did not end humanity. It reset it, wiping out the majority of the population while preserving a small founding group, and in the aftermath, the ancient record shows an extraordinary, almost immediate reappearance of advanced civilization, cities, writing systems, monumental architecture, and centralized religious and political authority, reasserting itself within a remarkably short span of time, exactly the pattern one would expect if a surviving, organized off-world presence, on one side or the other, was actively involved in rebuilding rather than allowing humanity to redevelop entirely on its own. Babel and the Scattering. In the aftermath of the flood, the ancient record shows something that should not, by any conventional model of post-catastrophic recovery, have happened as quickly as it did. Within a few centuries of a supposedly civilization-ending deluge, Mesopotamia is once again home to organized cities, functioning irrigation systems, written language, and centralized kingship, a recovery so rapid that the Sumerian king list itself treats the flood almost as a footnote. A brief interruption before listing an unbroken sequence of rulers who continue exercising authority handed down, in the text's own words, directly from heaven. Researchers argue that this speed of recovery only makes sense if the rebuilding was actively managed, not organically reconstructed from scratch by scattered flood survivors, but re-established with direct involvement from the same off-world authority that had governed the region before the catastrophe. The city of Kish, according to the king list, was the first to receive kingship again after the flood, and from there, authority passed through a succession of cities in a pattern that mirrors, almost administratively, the pre-flood distribution of Anunnaki command centers. It is in this post-flood period that the Genesis narrative places one of its strangest and most consequential episodes, the Tower of Babel. The text describes a unified humanity, speaking a single language, migrating to a plain in the land of Shinar, the the biblical name for Sumer, and beginning construction of a city and a tower whose top may reach unto heaven, an explicit ambition, stated directly in the text, to make a name for themselves and to avoid being scattered across the earth. The response from the ruling authority is immediate and severe. Genesis 11:6 records God's own reasoning with startling candor. Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language. And this they begin to do. And now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. The stated concern is not humanity's arrogance in the abstract, but humanity's unified capability, and the response is not destruction, but division. The deliberate confusion of language and the forced scattering of the population across the earth. Researchers pursuing the Anunnaki framework read this episode as one of the clearest, most explicit statements in the entire ancient record of the ruling authority's core strategic concern. A unified, cooperating human population capable of large-scale coordinated construction and, by implication, large-scale coordinated resistance was viewed as an existential threat to continued control. The Tower of Babel itself, described in later tradition and in Babylonian sources as a ziggurat, a stepped temple structure whose upper platform was reserved for direct communication and contact between the ruling gods and the city below, was not, in this reading, an act of blasphemous overreach as traditional theology holds, but a technological and communications project ambitious enough to threaten the information monopoly the Anunnaki had maintained over humanity since its creation. The response, scattering the population and fracturing their shared language, was a containment strategy, ensuring that no future coordinated effort of similar scale could easily be organized again, at least not without first overcoming the barrier of mutual incomprehension deliberately imposed on the species. This scattering, whatever its true cause, corresponds to a real and well-documented period of rapid cultural divergence in the archaeological record. In the centuries following the traditional dating of these events, distinct, independently developing civilizations begin appearing across a remarkably wide geographic span within a surprisingly compressed time frame. The Indus Valley Civilization along the Indus and Ghaggar-Hakra river systems, Egyptian civilization consolidating along the Nile under the first dynastic pharaohs, and more speculatively, the beginnings of monumental construction traditions in Mesoamerica and the Andes. Conventional archaeology attributes this spread to the natural, gradual diffusion of agricultural technology and population growth radiating outward from multiple independent centers of civilization, a model with substantial supporting evidence in its own right. Researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework argue instead, or in parallel, that this period of rapid, near-simultaneous civilizational emergence in geographically distant regions reflects the establishment of separate, competing spheres of influence, some remaining under continued Anunnaki administration, others increasingly falling under the influence of the rival faction, whose intervention in Eden and at Mount Hermon had already demonstrated a clear and sustained interest in accelerating human development independent of Anunnaki control. Egypt provides the clearest case study for this divergence, because Egyptian religious tradition, unlike the Mesopotamian and biblical accounts, preserves an explicit foundational myth of civil war among the gods themselves, one fought directly over the right to rule Egypt and, by extension, humanity. The Osiris myth, one of the oldest and most consistently preserved religious narratives in Egyptian history, describes Osiris as a benevolent ruler who taught humanity agriculture, law, and civilization itself, only to be murdered and dismembered by his jealous brother Set, who then usurps the throne. Osiris's wife Isis, through powerful magic, reassembles his body and conceives a son, Horus, who grows to challenge Set directly for the throne of Egypt in a prolonged, violent conflict described across multiple surviving texts, including the detailed contendings of Horus and Set, in which the two gods battle in forms ranging from hippopotamuses to direct physical combat, with the other gods of the Egyptian pantheon divided in their support between the two claimants. Researchers argue that this myth, treated by mainstream Egyptology as a foundational political allegory, legitimizing pharaonic succession in which each living pharaoh is identified with Horus and each deceased pharaoh with Osiris, may simultaneously preserve a genuine memory of an actual succession conflict among the ruling off-world authority governing Egypt in its earliest pre-dynastic period. Set, in this reading, represents a faction aligned with the harsher, more controlling approach associated elsewhere with Enlil, while Osiris, remembered specifically and consistently as a teacher and civilizer who brought agriculture and law to a previously undeveloped population, fits the pattern associated with the Alpha Centaurian intervention identified throughout this series, a benevolent outside influence intervening to raise humanity's capability, opposed by a more authoritarian faction determined to maintain strict control. Horus's eventual, though not total, victory over Set, restoring order and rightful rule to Egypt, would then represent a partial success for that same intervening influence, one significant enough to shape the entire subsequent religious and political identity of one of the ancient world's most enduring civilizations. This is not a claim mainstream Egyptology accepts, and it is worth stating clearly that Egyptologists overwhelmingly read the Osiris myth as a sophisticated political and agricultural allegory tied closely to the annual flooding cycle of the Nile, Osiris's death and resurrection mirroring the seasonal dying and rebirth of the fertile floodplain that made Egyptian civilization possible in the first place. The ancient astronaut framework does not dispute that this agricultural symbolism exists within the myth. It argues instead that ancient peoples were fully capable of encoding multiple layers of meaning into a single narrative simultaneously, using the story of a literal historical conflict among ruling powers as the vehicle through which the agricultural and cosmological symbolism was then built, a pattern of layered meaning-making well documented across other mythological traditions, regardless of one's position on the ancient astronaut theory itself. What is not in dispute, regardless of interpretation, is that Egypt's earliest religious tradition centers on an origin story defined by civil war among its ruling gods, fought over the right to govern humanity, with the losing side, Set, subsequently remembered as a figure of chaos, storms, and the deserts beyond the fertile, civilized Nile Valley, banished to the margins, but never fully destroyed, a detail researchers argue reflects an uneasy, unresolved settlement rather than a clean, total victory. That unresolved tension, a defeated but surviving rival faction pushed to the margins rather than eliminated, mirrors precisely the pattern established earlier in Mesopotamian tradition with the imprisonment rather than destruction of the rebellious Watchers, and it sets up, according to researchers tracing this narrative forward, a persistent undercurrent of unresolved conflict that would resurface again and again throughout the ancient world, flaring into open, catastrophic confrontation at moments the historical and archaeological record can independently corroborate. Stone, sky, and silent machines. No structures on Earth have generated more speculation, more controversy, and more genuinely difficult, unanswered engineering questions than the pyramids of Giza. Conventional Egyptology holds, with substantial supporting evidence, that the Great Pyramid was built as a tomb for the pharaoh Khufu during the 4th dynasty, roughly 2560 BCE, constructed by a skilled, well-organized, and reasonably well-compensated labor force, evidence for which includes the discovery of a nearby workers' village complete with bakeries, breweries, and medical facilities for treating injured laborers, alongside quarry marks, ramps, and construction graffiti bearing the names of actual work gangs. This is real, substantial, physical evidence, and it should not be dismissed. What researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework argue, however, is that this evidence explains the labor force that completed and finished the visible monument, without adequately explaining the underlying engineering precision and possibly the original core structure and purpose of the pyramid itself. The numbers involved remain genuinely striking regardless of one's theoretical framework. The Great Pyramid's base is level to within a fraction of an inch across a footprint covering more than 13 acres. Its sides align to true north with a precision of within a tiny fraction of a degree, an alignment so accurate that it rivals what could be achieved with modern surveying equipment. The pyramid originally contained an estimated 2.3 million limestone and granite blocks, some of the largest granite blocks, used in the king's chamber and its relieving chambers above, weighing in excess of 50 tons and quarried from Aswan, more than 500 miles south, transported and lifted with a precision that continues to challenge every proposed conventional construction method, from ramps to levers to water-based lubrication of sledge tracks, none of which have been fully demonstrated at the necessary scale, speed, and precision required to complete the structure within the roughly 20-year reign traditionally attributed to Khufu. Researchers in this field point to several specific anomalies as evidence of purpose beyond a royal tomb. The Great Pyramid's internal chambers and shaft system include narrow ventilation shafts, roughly 8 inches square, extending from the king's and queen's chambers toward the exterior of the structure at precise angles that align, according to astronomical analysis conducted by researchers, including engineer Robert Bauval, with specific stars, including Orion's belt and the star Sirius. At the time of the pyramid's construction, an alignment reflected on a larger scale in what has become known as the Orion correlation theory, which argues that the layout of the three main pyramids at Giza mirrors the arrangement of the three stars of Orion's belt. Mainstream Egyptology generally accepts a version of the stellar alignment for the shafts themselves, connecting them to Egyptian religious beliefs about the pharaoh's soul ascending to join specific star deities after death, while remaining skeptical of the broader ground plan correlation theory as insufficiently precise to be considered deliberate. Researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework argue the alignment, whatever its precise degree of accuracy, reflects a structure built with genuine astronomical and navigational function, potentially serving as a fixed, permanent landmark, visible and identifiable from orbit, a marker deliberately placed to be legible to anyone or anything approaching Earth from above. The Great Pyramid was not built in isolation. It sits alongside the Sphinx, a monumental limestone structure carved with a lion's body and, in its current form, a human head, though researchers including geologist Robert Schoch have argued, based on the distinctive vertical weathering patterns visible on the Sphinx's body and the surrounding enclosure walls, that this weathering is more consistent with prolonged exposure to heavy rainfall than with the wind and sand erosion that has shaped the Giza Plateau for the past several thousand years, a claim that, if accepted, would push the earliest core carving of the Sphinx back to a far wetter climatic period in Egypt's history, potentially predating the traditionally accepted dynastic timeline by thousands of years. This claim remains a minority position within mainstream geology and Egyptology, and has been directly challenged by geologists who attribute the weathering to other, more conventional causes consistent with the standard chronology. Researchers pursuing the older dating argue that if correct, it would mean the Sphinx, and by extension, a foundational core of the Giza complex, was constructed by a civilization, or under the direction of a civilization, present in Egypt long before the rise of the dynastic pharaohs credited with the site in the conventional timeline, aligning with the broader theory that the deepest, oldest layers of Giza's construction trace back to the direct early presence of the ruling off-world authority rather than to dynastic Egyptian labor alone. Under this framework, the Giza complex takes on a function considerably more practical than a royal burial ground, a fixed geographic and astronomical reference point, a landing and navigation marker, and, according to some researchers, a structure with genuine energy-related function tied to the peculiar acoustic and possibly piezoelectric properties of the granite used extensively in the king's chamber, granite being a mineral known to exhibit measurable piezoelectric effects under mechanical stress. Whether or not this specific energy generation claim holds up to rigorous scrutiny, and it remains one of the more speculative elements even within ancient astronaut research circles, the broader argument is consistent. The Giza complex, in this reading, functioned as critical operational infrastructure for the ongoing Anunnaki presence on Earth, a permanent, unmistakable marker of territorial and technological dominance, visible for what researchers describe as a deliberate demonstration of continued authority to any rival faction still contesting influence over the region. That contest, if it existed, appears to have left its own mark on Egyptian tradition in the recurring, unresolved tension between Horus and Set, discussed in the previous part. A tension that never fully disappears from Egyptian religious life, even as dynastic succession stabilizes. Set continues to be worshipped throughout Egyptian history, particularly associated with the harsh, chaotic deserts beyond the fertile Nile Valley, and, notably, with foreign lands and foreign peoples, a god simultaneously feared, propitiated, and, during certain periods, including the Hyksos era, actively favored by rulers who saw themselves aligned with his particular domain and power. This persistent duality, a defeated but never eliminated rival power retaining an active cult and periodic political favor for well over 2,000 years of Egyptian history, is difficult to explain as a simple morality tale about order defeating chaos. Researchers argue it instead reflects the genuine, ongoing presence of two competing spheres of influence within Egyptian civilization itself, each retaining loyal factions among the human population long after the mythological resolution of their founding conflict, a tension that would resurface with particular intensity roughly 1,000 years after the pyramids were built, during a period of Egyptian history that stands as one of the strangest and most abruptly reversed religious upheavals in the ancient world, the reign of the pharaoh Akhenaten. Around 1353 BCE, Akhenaten abandoned Egypt's traditional pantheon almost entirely, elevating a single deity, the Aten, represented not as a humanoid figure, but as a solar disk, with extending rays ending in small hands, to the status of Egypt's sole legitimate god, moving the capital to a newly built city, Amarna, specifically to escape the influence of the powerful traditional priesthood at Thebes. This is, by a wide margin, the most radical religious reformation in Egyptian history prior to the arrival of Christianity, and it was almost completely reversed within a few years of Akhenaten's death. His monuments defaced, his name struck from official king lists, and traditional worship swiftly restored under his eventual successor, the young pharaoh Tutankhamun, whose own name change from Tutankhaten reflects the reversal directly. Researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework have long debated Akhenaten's reformation as a possible flashpoint in the broader conflict, some arguing that Akhenaten's exclusive devotion to a distant singular sky power represented a decisive and dangerous consolidation of authority under one faction, the swift and thorough reversal after his death, representing that faction's rivals, reasserting control the moment their opportunity arose. Though this specific episode remains one of the more speculative extensions of the broader theory, resting more on the striking abruptness of the reversal than on direct textual evidence connecting it explicitly to the war narrative traced throughout the rest of this series. What Egypt's long, unresolved religious tension does establish clearly, regardless of how any single episode like Akhenaten's reformation is interpreted, is that the conflict this series has been tracing did not resolve cleanly in favor of either side following the events at Eden, at Mount Hermon, or in the flood. It persisted, embedded directly into the foundational religious architecture of one of history's longest-lived civilizations, visible in its monuments, in its unresolved mythology, and in the periodic violent swings of its own religious and political history. In the next part of this series, we leave Egypt and turn to a body of evidence that many researchers consider the single most explicit ancient description of advanced, weaponized conflict anywhere in the historical record: the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, and the devastating, highly detailed accounts of divine weaponry preserved in the ancient epics of India. Fire from the sky. Genesis chapter 19 describes the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah in language that, read without theological preconception, describes something considerably more specific than a generalized act of divine wrath. The text states that, "The Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven, that Lot's wife, fleeing the destruction and disobeying the explicit instruction not to look back, is turned into a pillar of salt, and that Abraham, viewing the aftermath from a distance the next morning, sees the smoke of the country rising as the smoke of a furnace, language researchers argue, is strikingly specific for an ancient text, describing not a slow-burning fire, but a sudden, intensely hot, and highly localized event, consistent with the effects of an advanced, targeted weapon rather than a natural conflagration or even a volcanic eruption, the two explanations most commonly proposed within conventional biblical scholarship. Archaeological investigation of the Dead Sea region has identified several Bronze Age sites, including Tal el-Hammam northeast of the Dead Sea, that show evidence of a sudden catastrophic destruction event dated to roughly 1650 BCE. A team of researchers publishing in the journal Scientific Reports in 2021 documented evidence at Tal el-Hammam consistent with an airburst event, a high-temperature, high-pressure explosion originating in the atmosphere rather than at ground level, similar in character to the well-documented 1908 Tunguska event in Siberia, in which a meteor or comet fragment exploded above the Earth's surface with a force estimated at several megatons, flattening more than 2,000 square kilometers of forest without leaving a conventional ground impact crater. The Tal el-Hammam researchers identified melted pottery, sand converted to glass, evidence of extreme thermal shock in surviving structures, and unusually high concentrations of shocked quartz and other minerals typically associated with high-energy impact events, all consistent with a similar airburst having devastated the site in antiquity, and the researchers explicitly connected their findings to the possibility that this event, or one very much like it, formed the physical basis for the biblical account of Sodom's destruction. This research does not claim, and its authors do not argue, that the destruction was the result of anything other than a natural cosmic impact event, a meteor or comet fragment exploding in the atmosphere. But researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework point to the precision of the destruction, described in the biblical text as targeting specifically named cities while sparing the immediate surrounding region, along with the advance warning given to Lot's family by figures explicitly identified in the text as messengers, angels, who arrive, evacuate a specific household, and depart before the destruction begins, as details more consistent with a deliberate, targeted strike than with the essentially random, unguided nature of a natural airburst event. Whether the underlying physical event was a natural impact interpreted through the lens of ancient conflict mythology, a genuinely engineered weapon strike, or a natural event deliberately exploited and timed by advanced observers, with the foreknowledge to warn selected individuals in advance, researchers argue the narrative fits into the broader pattern this series has been tracing. A ruling authority willing to use overwhelming, indiscriminate force against human populations judged to be in violation of its standards, a pattern already established in the flood narrative and now repeated on a smaller, more localized scale. This pattern of catastrophic, technologically inflected destruction is not confined to the biblical and Mesopotamian tradition. The Mahabharata, one of the two great epics of ancient India alongside the Ramayana, composed over centuries and reaching something close to its final form by around 400 CE. Though describing events, its own tradition places thousands of years earlier, contains descriptions of warfare and weaponry that have fascinated and unsettled readers for well over a century, long before the modern ancient astronaut theory existed to interpret them. The epic describes divine weapons called astras, each associated with a specific deity and requiring years of disciplined training and secret knowledge, mantras, to invoke correctly. Weapons capable of effects the text describes in language that later readers, particularly following the development of nuclear weapons in the 20th century, found difficult not to read as eerily anticipatory. The most famous of these passages describes the deployment of a weapon called the Brahmastra, or in some translations, a related weapon associated explicitly with catastrophic, near-apocalyptic destruction, described as producing a single projectile as bright as 10,000 suns, rising into the sky with all the splendor, followed by devastation so complete that entire lineages and dynasties described in the epic are wiped out to ashes, survivors' hair and nails falling out, and the land itself rendered barren and poisoned for generations afterward, unfit to bear crops or sustain healthy childbirth among the surviving population. This is, without question, remarkably close in its specific imagery. blinding light exceeding the brightness of the sun, mass casualties, radiation-like after effects including hair loss and birth defects extending across generations, and long-term contamination of the land, to the documented physical effects of a nuclear detonation, a similarity that has been noted and debated extensively, including by mainstream Sanskrit scholars, who generally caution that such comparisons risk imposing 20th century concepts backward onto ancient poetic and religious imagery that was never intended to describe literal physical weaponry in the first place, arguing instead that the language reflects the epic tradition's broader use of hyperbolic cosmic-scale imagery to convey the epic and world-altering stakes of the Kurukshetra war at the heart of the narrative. Researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework take the opposing position, arguing that the remarkable specificity and internal consistency of the Astra descriptions across the text, weapons requiring precise activation procedures, producing effects that match modern understanding of radiation sickness and nuclear fallout with a level of coincidental detail difficult to dismiss as pure literary invention, suggest the underlying tradition preserves a genuine memory of advanced, catastrophic weaponry deployed in an actual ancient conflict, later mythologized and attributed to gods and heroes, as the technological understanding required to describe the weapons accurately was lost over the centuries of oral transmission that preceded the epic's eventual written compilation. Some researchers connect these accounts directly to physical archaeological anomalies in the Indus Valley region, most notably persistent, widely circulated claims regarding the ruins of Mohenjo-Daro, a major city of the Indus Valley civilization, abandoned around 1900 BCE, where some early 20th century researchers reported finding skeletal remains scattered in the streets, in positions suggesting sudden death, along with fused glassy fragments in the surrounding soil that some interpreted as evidence of intense, sudden heat exposure. It is important to note that this specific claim regarding Mohenjo-Daro has been extensively and directly challenged by professional archaeologists who have examined the original excavation records and found no credible evidence of mass casualty events, radiation, or unusual vitrification consistent with the popular claims, with the skeletal remains in question now generally understood by mainstream archaeology to reflect ordinary burial practices and gradual site abandonment rather than a single catastrophic event, and the glass fragments explained through conventional, naturally occurring geological and ceramic processes. The gap between these two positions, mainstream archaeology's confident rejection of the Mohenjo-Daro destruction claims and the ancient astronaut community's continued insistence on the account's plausibility, illustrates something worth stating plainly at this point in the series. This is contested terrain, and the physical evidence for a literal, weaponized ancient war remains, at best, suggestive rather than conclusive on any individual site. What researchers in this framework argue, taken cumulatively rather than site by site, is that the pattern across multiple, geographically and culturally unconnected ancient traditions, catastrophic, technologically described destruction events, described using consistent imagery of overwhelming light, targeted precision, and long-lasting environmental contamination, appearing in Mesopotamian, biblical, and Vedic sources alike, is more significant collectively than any single contested archaeological claim examined in isolation. If the Anunnaki versus Alpha Centaurian conflict this series has been tracing did escalate at some point from quiet intervention and gradual technological transfer into open, direct confrontation, these are the traditions, researchers argue, preserve the memory of that escalation, garbled and mythologized by thousands of years of oral transmission, but consistent enough in their underlying structure to suggest they may be describing echoes of the same underlying historical reality, approached independently by separate ancient civilizations who each experienced and each tried to explain some version of the same catastrophic events. Bloodlines and prophets. Kingship, in nearly every ancient civilization this series has examined, was never presented as a purely human institution. The Sumerian king list states directly that kingship descended from heaven, and Egyptian pharaohs were not merely divinely favored rulers, but were understood to be the living embodiment of Horus himself, becoming Osiris only in death, a theological claim woven into the very architecture, ritual, and administrative structure of Egyptian civilization for 3,000 uninterrupted years. Researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework argue that this was not simply useful political propaganda invented by ambitious human rulers, though it certainly served that function as well, but a reflection of a genuine, deliberate breeding and succession program, one in which the Anunnaki maintained direct genetic and administrative oversight of the ruling human dynasties across multiple regions, ensuring that political authority remained concentrated in bloodlines they could trust, monitor, and, when necessary, correct. The biblical patriarchs offer a particularly striking piece of supporting evidence for this argument, in the form of the extraordinary lifespans attributed to figures in the generations immediately following creation and immediately following the flood. Genesis chapter 5 lists 10 pre-flood patriarchs, from Adam to Noah, with lifespans ranging from Enoch's comparatively modest 365 years to Methuselah's famous 969, the longest recorded lifespan in the entire text. Following the flood, these lifespans begin a steady, generation-by-generation decline, Shem living 600 years, his descendants progressively less, until the lifespans recorded in Genesis settle into a range recognizably close to modern human life expectancy by the time of Abraham and his immediate descendants, whose lives are measured in the 1 to 200-year range, still exceptional by any standard, but a dramatic reduction from the pre-flood figures. Mainstream biblical scholarship generally treats these numbers as symbolic, tied to numerological systems, calendar conventions, or scribal traditions borrowed from and adapted out of earlier Sumerian king lists, which record even more extreme figures for their own antediluvian rulers, some reigning for tens of thousands of years, according to the oldest surviving copies of the list. Researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework argue instead that these declining lifespans reflect a genuine, if garbled, memory of a declining ratio of Anunnaki genetic material within the human population over successive generations, an initially engineered species carrying a higher proportion of Anunnaki genetic contribution and correspondingly greater biological resilience and longevity before dilution through ordinary human reproduction gradually reduced that contribution and its associated benefits, closer to what became the human baseline. Whether or not this genetic explanation holds up as a literal account, the consistent, patterned decline itself, appearing independently in both the Sumerian and biblical traditions, is difficult to dismiss purely as numerological coincidence, and researchers argue it fits naturally into a broader picture in which specific human lineages, the patriarchal line running from Adam through Noah through Shem to Abraham, were deliberately maintained as a distinct favored bloodline, closely monitored and protected by the Anunnaki authority across the very rupture of the flood itself. This same emphasis on carefully maintained bloodlines appears throughout the ancient world in the recurring motif of giants and unusually large or powerful individuals descending from specific, identifiable unions between sky beings and human women. The Nephilim of Genesis and the fuller Book of Enoch account are the most direct biblical example, but similar traditions of giant, hybrid offspring appear in Greek mythology's account of the Titans and later Gigantes, born of unions between Gaia, the earth, and Uranus, the sky, in Norse mythology's Jotun, and in the biblical account of the Anakim and Rephaim, giant peoples the Israelites encountered directly during their conquest of Canaan, described in the Book of Numbers as descendants of the Nephilim, tall enough that the Israelite scouts sent to survey the land report feeling as grasshoppers in comparison. Goliath, the Philistine champion defeated by David, is described in the biblical text with specific measurements, roughly 9 feet in height according to the most widely cited manuscript tradition, and is explicitly associated with a lineage of giants from Gath, one of several Philistine cities the biblical text repeatedly connects to this same giant bloodline. Researchers argue that these recurring giant lineages, appearing across cultures and consistently associated with direct, if often illicit or unauthorized, interbreeding between sky beings and human populations, represent physical evidence of ongoing genetic intervention continuing long after the initial creation of humanity and long after the supposed imprisonment of the original Watchers described in Enoch. Evidence that the boundary between the ruling authority and the human population it governed was never as absolute or as effectively enforced as the official mythology of divine punishment and containment claimed. Some researchers go further, suggesting that certain giant lineages may represent descendants not of the original rebellious Watcher faction at all, but of ongoing, sanctioned Anunnaki breeding programs intended specifically to maintain physically superior guardian or warrior classes among favored human populations, individuals like Goliath serving less as evidence of illicit rebellion and more as a visible demonstration of continued Anunnaki genetic investment in specific, favored bloodlines used to enforce order among the wider human population. Set against this pattern of carefully cultivated royal and physically superior bloodlines is a second, equally persistent tradition running throughout the ancient record. The prophet, the outsider, the figure who arises not from the ruling dynasty but from ordinary or even marginalized human circumstances, and who consistently challenges established royal and priestly authority in the name of a higher, and researchers argue rival, standard of justice. Abraham himself, called out of Ur, one of the great cities of the Anunnaki-administered Sumerian heartland, and instructed to leave his homeland entirely for an unspecified land he would only be shown later, represents, in this reading, an early and explicit rupture between an individual human being and the established seat of Anunnaki authority in Mesopotamia, a rupture initiated by a figure the biblical text identifies simply as the Lord, but whose demand that Abraham abandon the established religious and political center of his civilization entirely, striking out instead toward Canaan, a region researchers note falls within the same contested territory later associated with Sodom's destruction, and the broader Egyptian and Levantine sphere of influence this series has connected to the rival factions' activity fits a pattern of deliberate, targeted recruitment away from established Anunnaki centers of power. This pattern continues and intensifies through the entire subsequent prophetic tradition of the Hebrew Scriptures. Moses, raised within the Egyptian royal household, yet called to confront that very authority directly and lead an enslaved population out of it entirely. Samuel, warning the Israelites in explicit, detailed terms about the dangers of establishing a hereditary monarchy before reluctantly anointing Saul. Nathan, confronting King David directly over his abuse of royal power in the matter of Bathsheba and Uriah. Elijah, standing alone against the combined religious authority of King Ahab, Queen Jezebel, and the 400 prophets of Baal, and later the entire body of what biblical scholarship calls the classical prophets, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Amos, and others, whose recorded messages consistently center on a single, recurring theme: the condemnation of established royal and priestly authority for injustice, idolatry, and the oppression of the poor, delivered by individuals who, time and again, hold no royal bloodline, no inherited priestly office, and often no formal social standing at all prior to receiving what each text describes as a direct divine calling. Researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework argue that this entire prophetic tradition represents a sustained, centuries-long counter-program, a deliberate strategy by the rival faction to establish and repeatedly reinforce channels of authority and moral legitimacy entirely outside the hereditary, bloodline-based system the Anunnaki had worked for millennia to establish and protect, where Anunnaki-aligned authority ran through inherited kingship and controlled priesthoods, staffed by figures whose legitimacy depended entirely on descent and institutional position. The rival tradition consistently elevated individuals chosen, in the text's own repeated language, on the basis of character, conviction, and direct calling rather than blood, individuals who then used that alternative legitimacy specifically to challenge, correct, and at times directly overthrow the hereditary authority the dominant system depended on. It is, researchers argue, the clearest and most sustained evidence available in the entire ancient record that the war traced throughout this series was never confined to isolated dramatic flashpoints like the flood or the destruction of Sodom, but was instead fought continuously, generation after generation, through the much quieter and more persistent contest over exactly who had the right to speak with authority over the human population both sides had, from the very beginning, been struggling to shape. The collapse. Somewhere around 1200 BCE, within the span of a single human generation, nearly every major power in the Eastern Mediterranean and Near East either collapsed entirely or suffered catastrophic permanent decline. The Hittite Empire, one of the dominant military powers of the Late Bronze Age, controlling much of modern-day Turkey and northern Syria, simply disappears from the historical record. Its capital at Hattusa burned and abandoned. The Mycenaean palace civilization of Greece, the world of linear B tablets, monumental palace complexes at Pylos and Mycenae, and the very Bronze Age warrior culture, later mythologized in Homer's account of Troy, collapses so completely that Greece enters a genuine dark age, losing not only its palace administration, but, remarkably, the technology of writing itself, which would not reappear in Greece for several centuries. The great port city of Ugarit on the Syrian coast, one of the most important trading and diplomatic centers of the entire Late Bronze Age world, is destroyed and never rebuilt. Its final surviving clay tablets, still baking unread in a kiln when the city fell, describing desperate, unanswered pleas for military assistance against an approaching enemy fleet. Egypt survives, but only barely, and only in drastically diminished form, its new kingdom never regaining anything close to its former power and territorial reach. Conventional archaeology and ancient history attribute this collapse to a combination of interlocking factors: prolonged drought and climate disruption, placing severe strain on agricultural systems already stretched thin by growing populations, internal political and economic fragility within the interdependent trade network connecting all of these Bronze Age powers, and, most famously, waves of invasion by a poorly understood and possibly heterogeneous group of raiders and migrants that Egyptian records from the reign of Ramesses III refer to as the Sea Peoples, whose repeated attacks on Egypt's coast and delta are documented in detail at the Temple of Medinet Habu, and who are widely believed by mainstream historians to have contributed directly to the destruction of several of the other major powers as well, though their precise origin, composition, and motivations remain among the most debated open questions in the entire field of ancient Near Eastern history, with candidate origins proposed ranging from the Aegean and Anatolia to Sardinia, Sicily, and the wider central Mediterranean. Researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework do not dispute the archaeological reality of the collapse, which is among the best documented catastrophic events in the entire ancient world, but they argue that the scale, speed, and simultaneity of the destruction, nearly every major power in the region falling within decades of one another, strains a purely conventional explanation built on climate stress and land-based raiding alone. They point specifically to the description, preserved in the Egyptian record at Medinet Habu, of the Sea Peoples as a force capable of overwhelming and destroying the Hittite Empire, one of the most militarily formidable powers of the entire Bronze Age, in addition to devastating Cyprus, the Syrian coast, and nearly breaching Egypt's own defenses in a conflict Ramesses III describes in dramatic existential terms, claiming the very survival of Egypt itself hung in the balance. Some researchers within this framework propose that the Sea Peoples label may function within the Egyptian record as a human-facing description applied to what was, at its core, a far more advanced and coordinated assault, one connected directly to the unresolved conflict this series has traced since the earliest days of the Anunnaki presence on Earth, its true nature and origin deliberately obscured or simply misunderstood by the Egyptian scribes tasked with recording it. This interpretation remains among the more speculative extensions of the broader theory, and it is worth stating directly that the overwhelming majority of professional archaeologists and historians studying the Bronze Age collapse find the conventional multi-causal explanation, climate stress, systems collapse within an interconnected and therefore fragile trade network, and human migration and raiding, entirely sufficient to account for the available evidence without requiring recourse to any additional off-world explanation. What researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework point to as independently significant, regardless of how one interprets the specific mechanism of the collapse itself, is what happens to the ancient world's religious and mythological character in the centuries immediately following it. Before the collapse, the mythological record across Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the broader Near East is dense with direct divine intervention, gods walking physically among mortals, fathering children with human women, personally instructing kings, physically destroying cities, and directly engineering the creation and near destruction of humanity itself. After the collapse, across nearly every surviving tradition in the region, this pattern changes markedly. The gods become more distant, more abstract, communicating increasingly through dreams, omens, and priestly intermediaries rather than direct physical presence. And the great sky beings who once walked openly among the earliest generations of humanity recede steadily into a more remote, less immediately present role that would come to define the character of the Iron Age religious world and eventually the classical world that followed. Researchers argue that this shift is significant precisely because it is so consistent and so abrupt, occurring within a relatively narrow historical window immediately following the most catastrophic and destructive period the ancient Near East had experienced since the flood itself. If, as this series has argued, the underlying cause of the ancient world's persistent conflict was an unresolved struggle between two rival off-world civilizations contesting influence over Earth and its human population, the Bronze Age collapse represents, in this reading, the decisive, exhausting climax of that struggle, a conflict so destructive that it consumed the very infrastructure, the palace administrations, the trade networks, the standing armies, and, researchers argue, the direct off-world presence itself that had sustained open, physical divine intervention on Earth for thousands of years. Whichever side, if either, could be said to have won this final confrontation. The practical result, evident in the archaeological and mythological record alike, was the effective withdrawal of both sides from direct, visible participation in human affairs, leaving behind a humanity that would spend the subsequent centuries of the Iron Age gradually reconstructing civilization largely, though researchers argue never entirely, on its own. This withdrawal did not mean the war ended. It meant, according to researchers who have traced its continuation through the classical and subsequent historical periods, that the war changed shape entirely, moving away from direct, physical, city-destroying confrontation and into a far quieter, longer, and more patient contest fought through philosophy, religion, hidden knowledge, and the slow cultivation of specific human institutions and individuals. A shift in strategy, researchers argue, is visible with particular clarity in the flourishing of mystery religions, esoteric philosophical schools, and secretive initiatory traditions that spread rapidly across the Eastern Mediterranean world in the centuries following the Bronze Age collapse, traditions this series turns to directly in the next part. The Quiet Centuries. If the Bronze Age collapse marked the end of open city-leveling confrontation between the two rival civilizations this series has traced since its earliest parts, the centuries that followed show a persistent, carefully documented pattern of indirect influence. One researchers argue reflects a deliberate change in strategy on the part of the faction most consistently associated throughout this series with protecting and accelerating human development rather than controlling it. Ancient Greece, emerging slowly from its post-collapse Dark Age, becomes host to a series of influential philosophical and religious movements built explicitly around secrecy, initiation, and the careful, restricted transmission of knowledge considered too dangerous or too transformative for the general population. A structural echo, researchers argue, of the very same forbidden knowledge dynamic first established in the Eden narrative, but now operating through human institutions rather than direct extraterrestrial contact. Pythagoras, active in the 6th century BCE, stands as perhaps the clearest example. Ancient biographical traditions consistently describe Pythagoras traveling extensively through Egypt and possibly further east, including Babylon, before founding his famous school at Croton in southern Italy, a community organized around strict secrecy, a demanding initiatory structure separating inner and outer circles of students, and a body of teaching combining advanced mathematics, musical theory, astronomy, and a distinctive metaphysical doctrine centered on the transmigration of souls, a concept with no clear precedent in earlier Greek religious tradition, but with striking parallels to ideas already established in Vedic and broader South and Central Asian thought. Pythagorean mathematics would go on to become foundational to the entire subsequent development of Western science and philosophy, and researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework argue that the tightly controlled initiatory structure through which this knowledge was transmitted, alongside persistent ancient traditions describing Pythagoras himself as possessing unusual abilities and a semi-divine origin, reflects a continuation of the same deliberate, restricted knowledge transfer strategy this series has already traced through the Watchers of Enoch and the broader Eden narrative, now operating through a human intermediary rather than direct sky-being contact. The Eleusinian mysteries, centered at Eleusis near Athens and continuing in active practice for well over 1,000 years before being suppressed with the rise of Christian imperial authority in the late 4th century CE, offer another consistent example of this pattern. An initiatory tradition, open in principle to any Greek speaker regardless of social status, a detail unusual for the period, built around a central ritual experience so closely guarded by a legally enforced vow of secrecy that, despite the participation of tens of thousands of initiates across more than a millennium, including figures as significant as Plato and Cicero, the exact content of the central Eleusinian revelation remains genuinely unknown to modern scholarship. Ancient sources consistently describe the experience as profoundly transformative, altering initiates' understanding of death and the afterlife in ways that left them, according to surviving testimony, no longer afraid to die. Researchers argue that whatever the precise content of the Eleusinian revelation actually was, the sheer scale, duration, and effectiveness of the secrecy maintained around it demonstrates a level of institutional discipline consistent with a deliberately protected transmission of significant knowledge, rather than a purely organic folk religious tradition of the kind more commonly seen elsewhere in the ancient Mediterranean world. Beyond Greece, researchers point to a broader, geographically dispersed pattern of culture-bringing figures whose stories consistently combine teaching, moral instruction, and an eventual, often unexplained departure with a promise of future return, a narrative structure researchers argue is too specific and too widely distributed to be purely coincidental. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent deity of Mesoamerica already introduced earlier in this series, is described across multiple independent Mesoamerican traditions as a pale-skinned, bearded teacher who arrived from across the Eastern Sea, taught agriculture, writing, the calendar, and explicitly condemned the practice of human sacrifice favored by rival deities and their priesthoods, before eventually departing, according to Aztec tradition, on a raft of serpents across the Eastern Ocean, with a promise that he, or his likeness, would one day return. This specific tradition would carry catastrophic historical weight nearly 1,000 years later, when the Aztec emperor Moctezuma II, according to Spanish and later Aztec accounts of the conquest, initially hesitated in his response to the arrival of Hernán Cortés in 1519, partly out of uncertainty over whether the Spanish conquistadors' unexpected arrival from across the Eastern Sea might represent the prophesied return of Quetzalcoatl himself, a hesitation Spanish accounts credit as a contributing factor in the catastrophic Aztec defeat that followed. Though modern historians caution that Spanish chroniclers writing after the conquest had strong motivations to exaggerate or even invent this element of the story to help justify and mythologize their own victory, and the extent to which Moctezuma actually believed this remains genuinely disputed among specialists in Mesoamerican history. Viracocha, the creator and culture-bringing deity of Andean tradition among the Inca and their predecessor civilizations, is described in strikingly similar terms. A bearded, light-skinned figure who emerged from Lake Titicaca, taught civilization to a population previously living, according to the myth, in darkness and ignorance, and eventually departed westward across the Pacific Ocean, walking, according to some versions of the tradition, directly across the surface of the water. Oannes, described by the Babylonian priest Berossus, writing in the 3rd century BCE, but drawing on far older Mesopotamian tradition, is depicted as a hybrid being, human in form, but covered with the body of a fish, who emerged from the Persian Gulf to teach the earliest Mesopotamians writing, agriculture, mathematics, and the foundations of civilized life before returning each night to the sea, a figure researchers connect directly back to Enki, whose own domain, the Abzu, was consistently associated with water, and whose consistently more benevolent, teaching-oriented character throughout this series' earlier parts fits the broader pattern of these culture-bringing, departing and promising return figures with particular precision. Researchers argue that this recurring structure, teacher figures arriving from across water, instructing a previously less developed human population, opposing more violent or exploitative rival practices, and eventually departing with an explicit promise of future return, represents the clearest surviving global signature of the same rival civilization's ongoing, patient strategy following the Bronze Age collapse. Unable, or unwilling, to sustain the kind of direct, large-scale physical intervention that had characterized the earlier, more openly contested phases of the conflict. This faction instead worked through carefully selected human or human-adjacent intermediaries, embedding transformative knowledge into specific, protected traditions and specific, culturally significant founding narratives, planting what researchers describe as long-term seeds of influence, intended to continue shaping human development gradually, indirectly, and, crucially, without requiring the kind of sustained, visible presence that had made the earlier, more direct phase of the war so destructive. This is not, it should be said clearly, a claim historians of comparative religion or Mesoamerican and Andean studies generally accept. The overwhelming majority of scholars in these fields explain the recurring bearded culture bringer motif as either a product of independent cultural development responding to broadly similar human needs and anxieties, or, in the specific case of the Aztec and Inca accounts, as narratives substantially reshaped, exaggerated, or even partly invented after the fact by both indigenous and Spanish chroniclers, working in the traumatic aftermath of conquest, each with their own reasons to reinterpret older traditions through the lens of what had just occurred. Researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework acknowledge this scholarly consensus directly, while arguing that the underlying consistency of the core narrative elements, arrival from across water, teaching function, opposition to a more violent rival, and departure with promised return, recurring independently across civilizations with no plausible route of direct contact prior to the transoceanic voyages of the 15th and 16th centuries, remains a pattern significant enough to warrant serious consideration as evidence of a shared underlying historical reality, rather than dismissal as pure cultural coincidence. The modern return. The years immediately following the Second World War mark the beginning of a documented sustained surge in unexplained aerial phenomena unlike anything recorded in the preceding centuries, and researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework argue this timing is not coincidental. Humanity, for the first time since the Bronze Age collapse, had developed technology, radar, jet aircraft, and, within months of the war's end, atomic weapons, sophisticated and far-reaching enough to be genuinely detectable and genuinely concerning to any outside civilization still monitoring the planet from a distance. The modern UFO era is conventionally dated to June 1947, when private pilot Kenneth Arnold reported observing 9 high-speed, crescent-shaped objects near Mount Rainier in Washington state, describing their motion in terms that a newspaper reporter subsequently condensed into the phrase, "flying saucer," a description that stuck in public consciousness, even though Arnold himself had actually compared their motion, not their shape, to a saucer skipping across water. Weeks later, in July 1947, came the incident that would become the single most famous and most contested case in the entire field, the Roswell incident, in which debris recovered from a ranch near Roswell, New Mexico, was initially announced by the local Army airfield's own press release as a recovered flying disc. before being rapidly retracted within 24 hours and reclassified as debris from a conventional weather balloon. This official explanation was itself revised decades later, when the United States Air Force, responding to renewed public and congressional interest in the case during the 1990s, released a report identifying the actual source as a classified high-altitude balloon array from Project Mogul, a Cold War-era program designed to monitor Soviet nuclear testing using acoustic sensors carried aloft on strings of balloons, a technical explanation that accounts reasonably well for the debris publicly described at the time made of foil, rubber, and wooden sticks, but has never fully satisfied researchers who point to persistent witness testimony collected primarily decades after the event, describing additional material and circumstances, including alleged small, non-human bodies recovered from a second, distinct crash site that go considerably beyond what a balloon array explanation can account for. It is important to state plainly that this second, more dramatic version of events rests almost entirely on testimony gathered many decades after 1947, testimony that has faced extensive and serious methodological criticism from researchers and journalists across the political spectrum, including some within the UFO research community itself, and no physical evidence of non-human biological material from Roswell has ever been independently verified or made available for scientific examination. Whatever actually happened at Roswell, the incident became, and remains, the founding legend of a much broader and better documented set of claims that the United States government, and likely other governments possessing the technical infrastructure to detect such events, encountered undeniable evidence of non-human technology and possibly non-human beings in the years immediately following the war, and made a deliberate, sustained decision to classify and conceal this evidence from the public. Supporting this broader claim of institutional secrecy, independent of any specific crash incident, is a substantial body of declassified government material confirming that intelligence agencies, including the CIA and Air Force, did take unidentified aerial phenomena seriously as a genuine national security concern for decades, running organized investigative programs, including Project Blue Book, active from 1952 to 1969, which examined over 12,000 reported sightings before officially concluding that the vast majority had conventional explanations and recommending the program's closure, a conclusion many UFO researchers have long disputed as politically motivated rather than genuinely evidence-based, pointing to internal Air Force communications from the era expressing concern about public panic and the potential for UFO reports to clog military communication channels during a period of genuine Cold War tension with the Soviet Union. More recently, this entire subject has moved dramatically out of the fringe and into official, mainstream government acknowledgement in a way that would have seemed implausible only a decade ago. In December 2017, the New York Times published an investigation revealing the existence of a Pentagon program, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, which had studied reports of unidentified aerial phenomena from 2007 to at least 2012, accompanied by the public release of cockpit video from Navy fighter pilots documenting objects exhibiting flight characteristics, extreme acceleration, and a complete absence of visible propulsion or control surfaces that the pilots involved, experienced military aviators, stated on the record they could not explain using any known aircraft technology, either American or foreign. This reporting triggered a wave of subsequent official action, the establishment of a dedicated Pentagon office, since renamed the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, tasked specifically with investigating unidentified anomalous phenomena, congressional hearings held in both open and classified session throughout 2022 and 2023, and a 2023 hearing before the House Oversight Committee in which a former intelligence official, David Grush, testified under oath that the United States government possesses recovered non-human craft and biological material, testimony that generated enormous public attention while remaining, as of this recording, entirely uncorroborated by any independently verified physical evidence made available to the public or to independent scientific examination, a gap between dramatic sworn testimony and demonstrable proof that continues to define the entire modern disclosure debate. Researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework argue that this modern surge represents a resumption, or at minimum a re-engagement, of the same conflict traced throughout this series, with witness testimony collected across decades of documented close encounters and alleged abduction experiences describing not one but multiple physically distinct categories of non-human beings, most consistently a small, large-eyed, gray type whose motivations in witness accounts remain deeply ambiguous and often unsettling, alongside a taller, more human-appearing type frequently described by witnesses and researchers using the term Nordic, typically depicted as fair-featured and explicitly described in a significant number of accounts as behaving in a protective, communicative, or warning capacity toward the humans they encounter. Researchers drawing a direct line to the framework developed throughout this series argue that this consistent bifurcation in witness testimony, one type associated with more clinical, sometimes distressing encounters, and a second, physically distinct type associated with communication and apparent protective intent, mirrors precisely the ancient division this series has traced from the Anunnaki and Alpha Centaurian civilizations through the Watchers and the culture-bringing teacher figures of the post-Bronze Age world, suggesting a conflict that never fully ended in antiquity, but simply continued, adapting its methods to a human civilization that had, by the mid-20th century, finally developed the technology to notice. It must be said again clearly that this entire body of modern testimony, however sincerely reported by the witnesses involved, and however seriously it is now being investigated by government bodies with genuine institutional authority, remains fundamentally different in kind from the physical, sworn congressional testimony regarding possible advanced aerospace threats. No independently verified physical evidence connecting modern UFO phenomena to the ancient civilizations described earlier in this series exists, and the connection between the two bodies of evidence, ancient mythological and archaeological material on one hand, modern witness testimony, and government disclosure on the other, remains, by the nature of the subject itself, an interpretive argument rather than a demonstrated fact. What researchers in this field argue is that the pattern, considered as a whole across the full span of this series, from the earliest Sumerian tablets through the Bronze Age collapse and into the present, is at minimum a remarkably persistent and remarkably consistent one. A civilization's oldest stories and its newest, most rigorously investigated anomalies converging, again and again, on the same essential shape. Two forces from beyond the Earth, one seeking control, one seeking to protect, and a human species caught, from its very creation to the present moment, directly between them. What remains? 12 parts ago, this series began with a simple premise: that the story most of human civilization has told itself about its own origins, benevolent creation followed by a single, unified, divine authority, may in fact be a compressed, edited, and in places deliberately obscured account of something considerably more complicated, a struggle between two advanced civilizations with fundamentally opposed views on what a newly emerging intelligent species deserved. On one side, the Anunnaki, arriving in crisis, building humanity as a solution to a labor problem, and maintaining that authority for millennia through hierarchy, restricted knowledge, and, when necessary, devastating and overwhelming force. On the other, a rival civilization researchers have connected to the Alpha Centauri star system, intervening first quietly, then openly, then patiently across thousands of years of human history, consistently on the side of expanded knowledge, protected development, and resistance to unchecked hereditary control. What this series has tried to do, across the ground it has covered, from the mining colonies of ancient Africa to the genetic account preserved in the Atrahasis epic and Genesis alike, from the Watchers of Enoch to the unresolved civil war at the heart of Egyptian religion, from the pyramids of Giza to the catastrophic destruction described in both the Dead Sea region and the Sanskrit epics of ancient India, from the deliberately maintained bloodlines of ancient kingship to the long, quiet counter-tradition of prophets and outsiders who challenged them, through the still-debated catastrophe of the Bronze Age collapse, and into the careful, patient, indirect influence of the mystery schools and culture-bringing teachers who followed it, and finally into the documented, ongoing modern resurgence of the phenomenon in the post-war world, is to show that this pattern is neither confined to a single ancient text nor limited to a single culture's imagination. It recurs with a consistency that deserves serious attention even from those who remain, appropriately, skeptical of its literal claims across nearly every major civilization the ancient world produced. It is worth restating, clearly and without hedging, exactly where this theory stands in relation to mainstream historical and archaeological scholarship, because that relationship has been acknowledged honestly throughout this series rather than glossed over. The overwhelming majority of professional historians, archaeologists, and biblical scholars do not accept the ancient astronaut framework as a literal account of human origins or ancient history. They explain the recurring mythological patterns this series has traced, the flood narratives, the sky gods, the culture-bringing teachers, the catastrophic destructions, through the tools of their own disciplines, comparative mythology, and the study of shared human psychological archetypes, the genuine and well-documented cultural transmission of stories along ancient trade and migration routes, the natural human tendency to explain unpredictable disasters, floods, droughts, plagues, and conflicts through the language of divine will and conflict available in any given era, and the sophisticated, deliberate use of religious narrative by ancient rulers and priesthoods to legitimize their own political authority. These are not weak explanations. They are the product of more than a century and a half of rigorous, cross-disciplinary scholarship, and any serious engagement with the ancient astronaut theory has to hold that scholarship in view rather than dismiss it. What this series has argued, following the researchers who have built this framework over the past half-century since Zecharia Sitchin's original translations first popularized it, is that the sheer density, consistency, and cross-cultural distribution of this particular pattern, two opposed sky-based factions, one controlling and one protective, a genetically engineered human species caught between them, and a long historical arc running from open confrontation to quiet, patient influence, is significant enough to warrant continued, serious investigation rather than dismissal, particularly as new physical evidence, from the airburst signatures identified at Tal el-Hammam to the declassified military testimony and video evidence now being examined by congressional oversight committees, continues to accumulate in ways that were simply unavailable to earlier generations of researchers working from ancient texts alone. Where does that leave humanity today? Researchers who take this framework seriously argue that the conditions defining the present moment, rapid, unprecedented technological acceleration, a renewed, well-funded push toward permanent human presence beyond Earth, and a wave of official government acknowledgement of unidentified phenomena, unlike anything seen since the immediate post-war period, mirror the conditions that have historically preceded the most significant flashpoints in this ancient conflict. The development of unified language and coordinated capability that preceded Babel, the technological and military buildup that preceded the Bronze Age collapse, and the post-war development of atomic weapons that preceded the modern UFO era's sudden, dramatic beginning. If the pattern holds, they argue, humanity may be approaching another such threshold, a moment at which whatever forces have shaped its history from behind the scenes for thousands of years may again be forced to choose between continued quiet influence and a far more direct and far more consequential return to open involvement in the affairs of the species. Both, in this account, had a hand in shaping from the very beginning. Whether or not the specific framework this series has traced, the Anunnaki and the Alpha Centaurians, named and detailed across these 12 parts, survives close scrutiny as literal history, the deeper question it raises is one worth sitting with, regardless of where any individual viewer ultimately lands on the theory itself. Why does nearly every human civilization, independently, tell some version of the same fundamental story, that we were made by beings greater than ourselves, that we were once given and once denied? knowledge that would have changed everything, and that somewhere in our oldest memory is a war we did not start, fought over the simple, enduring question of who we ultimately belong to, and what we are still, even now, allowed to become. That question, far older than any single religion, any single civilization, or any single theory built to explain it, remains open. And as this series has tried to show, humanity has never actually stopped trying to answer it. The skeptic's case taken seriously. No honest account of this theory can end without giving its harshest critics the full weight of their argument, because the case against the Anunnaki Alpha Centaurian framework is not built on dismissiveness or discomfort with the strange. It is built on decades of hard, technical scholarship in fields most casual researchers never fully engage with. Akkadian and Sumerian philology, the grammar and vocabulary of languages dead for thousands of years, reconstructed syllable by syllable from broken clay. The single most damaging critique of the entire modern ancient astronaut framework comes not from a general skeptic, but from within the field of biblical and ancient Near Eastern studies itself, most prominently from scholar Michael Heiser, who spent years demonstrating, word by word, that Zecharia Sitchin's foundational translations, the ones this entire theory rests on, contain systematic errors a first-year Akkadian student would be trained to avoid. The word Nibiru, Heiser, and other Assyriologists argue, does not appear in Sumerian texts as a planet name at all in the earliest layers of the tradition. It is a Babylonian astronomical term, appearing in later texts like the Enuma Anu Enlil, referring to a crossing point or a specific celestial body already identified by mainstream Assyriology as most likely the planet Jupiter or a marker star used for calendrical purposes, not an undiscovered 12th planet on a long elliptical orbit through the solar system. The word Anunnaki itself, far from meaning those who from heaven to earth came, as Sitchin rendered it, is more conventionally translated by Sumerologists as something closer to princely offspring or seed of the prince, a title of divine rank rather than a description of interplanetary arrival. This matters because so much of the architecture built on top of Sitchin's original translations, the 12th planet, the precise orbital mechanics, the gold dust atmosphere solution, depends entirely on those specific renderings being correct, and the professional consensus among cuneiform scholars, including scholars with no particular ideological stake in defending mainstream archaeology, is that they are not. Sitchin was not a trained Assyriologist. He held a degree in economic history, and his translation choices, critics argue, consistently favored the reading that supported his pre-existing thesis over the reading favored by the broader field of specialists who had spent entire careers on these specific texts. This is a serious, substantive problem for the theory as originally formulated, and it deserves to be stated as plainly as the evidence this series has presented in its support. The comparative mythology case against the framework is, if anything, even more thoroughly developed. Scholars working in the tradition of anthropologist Claude Lévi-Strauss and, in a different vein, Joseph Campbell, have documented in exhaustive detail how flood myths, culture-bringing gods, and stories of conflict among sky beings recur, not because separated cultures are remembering the same literal event, but because human societies facing broadly similar existential pressures, catastrophic weather, the anxiety of mortality, the need to explain political authority, tend to generate broadly similar narrative solutions independently. This is not a hand wave. It is supported by documented cases of genuinely independent invention. Creation myths involving a primordial flood appear in cultures on every inhabited continent, including populations that settled the Americas across the Bering Land Bridge tens of thousands of years before any possible later contact with Old World flood traditions, a timeline that makes direct cultural transmission from Mesopotamia essentially impossible and strongly favors the archetype explanation over the shared event explanation, at least for a meaningful share of the global flood tradition. Similarly, the culture hero who arrives, teaches, and departs narrative structure that this series connected to Quetzalcoatl, Viracocha, and Oans has been identified by folklorists as one of a small number of extremely common narrative templates appearing across cultures with no contact whatsoever, a pattern most parsimoniously explained by shared features of human social development, the natural way early societies of any origin tend to mythologize their own transitions from a less developed to a more developed state, rather than by a literal shared visitor. There is also a harder-edged critique worth stating clearly. The ancient astronaut framework, across its various popularizations from Erich von Däniken onward, has a documented history of understating or simply omitting the very real, very impressive engineering capabilities of ancient human societies in order to make its central claims of impossibility more persuasive. The precision stonework at Giza, at Pumapunku, and elsewhere, often cited as impossible without advanced outside assistance, has been replicated using experimental archaeology with tools and techniques available to Bronze Age societies, including copper tools combined with quartz sand abrasives capable of cutting granite and rope, log, and sledge-based transport systems that modern experimental archaeologists have used to move and position multi-ton stone blocks using labor forces of a size entirely consistent with the population estimates and organizational capacity of ancient Egypt, Mesoamerica, and the Andes. None of these experimental reconstructions definitively prove exactly how any specific ancient monument was built, but they demonstrably close much of the gap between achievable by ancient humans and requires outside intervention that the ancient astronaut framework depends on to make its case. This series has tried, throughout its 12 main parts, to hold this critique in view rather than bury it, because the honest position on this material is not that the mainstream account is wrong and the ancient astronaut account is right, but that the mainstream account, built on a century and a half of patient, cross-checked, peer-reviewed scholarship across archaeology, philology, and comparative anthropology, remains the far better supported explanation for the overwhelming majority of the specific evidence this series has presented, evidence which is nonetheless genuinely strange, genuinely underexplained in places, and genuinely worth continued attention, particularly where it intersects with the newer, harder-to-dismiss category of evidence this epilogue turns to next: physical sites whose construction dates and methods remain unresolved even within mainstream archaeology's own ongoing internal debates, not merely contested by outside theorists. The physical record revisited. Some sites resist easy resolution regardless of which side of this debate one favors, and they deserve closer attention than the main series had room to give them. Baalbek, in modern Lebanon, sits atop what was once the Roman temple complex of Heliopolis, but the foundation platform beneath the Roman-era construction incorporates stones of a scale that remains, by any measure, extraordinary. The largest of the quarried blocks still lying in the nearby quarry, known as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, and a still larger, only partially separated block discovered beneath it in 2014, is estimated to weigh somewhere in the range of 1,650 to over 1,800 tons, making it very plausibly the largest single stone block ever quarried by any human civilization in recorded history. 3 similarly massive stones, each weighing roughly 800 tons, form part of the retaining wall of the temple platform itself, known collectively as the Trilithon. Mainstream archaeology attributes the Trilithon's positioning to Roman-era engineering built on top of an earlier Phoenician sacred site, using large-scale block and tackle systems, massive wooden cranes, and coordinated human and animal labor forces of a scale the Roman Empire is independently documented to have been capable of organizing for major infrastructure projects elsewhere. The unresolved question is not whether Roman engineering could theoretically move stones this large. Modern engineering analysis suggests it plausibly could, with sufficient labor and time, but why a civilization already master of stone construction elsewhere would choose to quarry, move, and position stones of this exact, extreme scale at this specific location, when smaller, more manageable blocks would have served the same structural purpose with vastly less risk and labor. Pumapunku, part of the larger Tiwanaku complex in the Bolivian highlands near Lake Titicaca, presents a different but related puzzle. not primarily one of scale, but of precision. The site's andesite and red sandstone blocks show flat surfaces, precisely repeated geometric cutouts, and interlocking H-shaped blocks, machined with a level of angular consistency that some structural engineers who have examined the site, including researchers outside the ancient astronaut community, have described as difficult to fully explain using only the stone, copper, and bronze tool technology conventionally attributed to the Tiwanaku culture, generally dated to roughly 500 to 1000 CE. Mainstream archaeologists working at Tiwanaku maintain that the precision is achievable through a combination of skilled stone-on-stone grinding, template-based repetition allowing the same finished block to serve as a pattern for subsequent blocks, and considerable investment of skilled labor time, and point to unfinished blocks found at the site showing intermediate stages of the carving process consistent with this conventional method. The site remains actively excavated and actively debated, and unlike many other locations cited in ancient astronaut literature, some of the genuine uncertainty here persists even among mainstream Andean archaeologists themselves regarding the full logistics of the site's construction. Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey represents perhaps the single most important archaeological discovery of the past several decades for anyone examining questions of ancient civilization's true chronology, regardless of one's position on off-world intervention. Excavated beginning in the 1990s under the direction of German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt, the site consists of massive T-shaped limestone pillars, some over 5 meters tall and weighing up to 10 tons, arranged in circular enclosures and carved with detailed relief images of foxes, boars, snakes, and birds. Radiocarbon dating places the site's construction at approximately 9600 BCE, more than 6,000 years before Stonehenge and roughly 6,000 years before the conventionally accepted beginning of large-scale agriculture in the region, meaning Göbekli Tepe was built by hunter-gatherer populations, a finding that has forced mainstream archaeology to substantially revise its own long-standing assumption that monumental, organized construction required settled agricultural society as a precondition. Göbekli Tepe does not require an ancient astronaut explanation. Mainstream archaeology has increasingly incorporated it into a revised, still entirely naturalistic understanding of how quickly and how early complex human social organization could emerge, but it stands as a powerful reminder, cited even by researchers skeptical of the broader ancient astronaut framework, that the timeline of human capability is considerably less settled and considerably more surprising than textbooks assumed even 30 years ago, and that genuine humility about how much remains unknown about the deep past is warranted regardless of which explanatory framework one ultimately favors. The Nazca lines of southern Peru, geoglyphs etched into the arid desert plateau depicting animals, plants, and geometric forms, some measuring hundreds of meters across, present a different category of puzzle. Not one of construction difficulty, since the lines were created simply by removing a layer of reddish surface stone to reveal the lighter clay-colored ground beneath, well within the capability of the Nazca culture that mainstream archaeology credits with their creation between roughly 500 BCE and 500 CE, but one of intended visibility. Many of the largest figures, including the famous hummingbird, monkey, and spider designs, are only fully comprehensible as coherent images from a significant altitude, a fact that has fueled decades of speculation about aerial viewing, whether by hot air balloon, as some researchers have proposed and even experimentally attempted to replicate using only materials available to the Nazca culture, or by observers whose vantage point this series framework would attribute to something considerably higher than any balloon could reach. Mainstream archaeology generally resolves this puzzle by noting that many of the geoglyphs are also comprehensible, or were intended as ritual pathways to be walked and experienced from ground level rather than viewed from above at all, and by pointing to nearby elevated foothills that would have offered at least partial aerial perspective on some of the smaller figures without requiring flight of any kind. while acknowledging that the full experiential purpose of the largest figures remains, honestly, not entirely settled even within the conventional archaeological literature. Other fronts, other traditions. The main body of this series focused heavily on the Near East, Egypt, India, and Mesoamerica, but the pattern this framework claims to identify, if it holds at all, should not be confined to those regions alone, and a fuller account owes attention to traditions the earlier parts had no room to cover. Chinese mythology preserves its own foundational account of conflict among culture-founding, semi-divine rulers centered on the figure of Huangdi, the Yellow Emperor, traditionally dated to the 3rd millennium BCE and credited, much like Osiris in Egypt, with teaching humanity the foundations of civilization, writing, medicine, the calendar, silk cultivation, and organized government. Huangdi's rise to supreme authority, according to the earliest surviving accounts compiled centuries later in texts like the records of the Grand Historian, was achieved only after a decisive battle against a rival named Qiyu, described as a powerful, monstrous adversary commanding armies of supernatural allies and possessing weapons and fog-generating abilities that gave him a significant early advantage at the legendary Battle of Zholu. Huangdi's eventual victory, achieved with the assistance of a specially constructed compass chariot, capable of maintaining a fixed directional heading regardless of Qiyu's disorienting fog, a detail researchers in this framework read as a garbled memory of advanced navigational technology, established the mandate that Chinese imperial authority would trace its legitimacy back to for the next 4,000 years. A mandate explicitly, structurally parallel to the Horus Set resolution in Egypt, a benevolent, teaching civilizer achieving victory over a more chaotic, more violent rival, with that victory becoming the founding legitimation myth for the civilization's entire subsequent political order. Aboriginal Australian Dreamtime traditions, among the oldest continuously maintained oral traditions on Earth, with some estimates placing elements of the tradition's core content at over 20,000 years of continuous transmission, describe the world's shaping by ancestral sky and earth beings during a foundational period existing outside conventional linear time. Beings who traveled the land, created its features, established law, and in some regional traditions, particularly among certain Central Australian and Arnhem land groups, are described in terms that early 20th century anthropologists recorded as strikingly specific, beings descending from the sky in what some transcribed accounts describe as objects of light or fire, teaching law and ceremony, and in some tellings departing back into the sky with a promise to return, though it must be said clearly that this specific descending sky being framing has been disproportionately emphasized by later ancient astronaut popularizers working from limited, sometimes poorly sourced secondary accounts, while the broader anthropological literature on Dreamtime tradition, produced through much longer-term, more careful ethnographic engagement with Aboriginal communities themselves, generally treats these sky-associated ancestral beings as part of a far more complex, land-integrated cosmology that resists this simpler, externally imposed extraterrestrial reading. The Dogon material introduced earlier in this series deserves a fuller hearing here as well, because it remains one of the most frequently cited and most seriously contested pieces of evidence in the entire field. Robert Temple's 1976 book, The Serious Mystery, first popularized claims that Dogon oral tradition, recorded by French anthropologists Marcel Griol and Germaine Dieterlen beginning in the 1930s, described the existence and orbital behavior of Sirius B, a white dwarf star companion to Sirius, invisible to the naked eye, and not confirmed by Western astronomy until photographic evidence in the 1970s, along with amphibious beings called the Nomo, said to have arrived from that star system to bring civilization to the Dogon people. Subsequent anthropological investigation, notably by Belgian researcher Walter van Beek, who conducted his own extended fieldwork among the Dogon in the 1990s, found that the specific, precise astronomical details cited by Temple appeared inconsistently across different Dogon informants, were often absent entirely among Dogon elders Van Beek considered most authoritative on traditional cosmology, and may have been introduced, consciously or not, through contact with Griol's own research team, who had made multiple visits to the region and, Van Beek argued, may have inadvertently or otherwise transmitted specific European astronomical knowledge back into the community's oral tradition during the extended, iterative interview process Griol used. This remains a genuinely contested question within anthropology itself, but it stands as an important caution. Even evidence that appears, on first encounter, to be among the most striking in the entire field can, on closer and more sustained investigation, turn out to be considerably less clean than its most popular presentations suggest, and researchers on every side of this broader debate owe it to the subject to follow that kind of scrutiny wherever it leads, including when it leads toward doubt. The Custodians. If the war this series has traced did not end at the Bronze Age collapse, but simply changed its methods, researchers in this framework argue that its continuation should be visible not only in the mythological record already covered, but in the specific institutions that later ancient and medieval societies built explicitly around the preservation and restricted transmission of privileged knowledge, institutions whose founding legends consistently, and researchers argue not coincidentally, reach back toward the same ancient sources this series has already examined. Freemasonry offers the clearest and most extensively documented modern example, emerging in its recognizably modern institutional form in early 18th century Britain, though claiming a much older lineage tracing back through medieval stonemason guilds to the builders of Solomon's Temple itself. Freemasonry organizes its entire symbolic and ritual structure around the vocabulary of architecture and construction, the square, the compass, the plumb line, the unfinished temple, and around a graduated system of secrecy in which knowledge is revealed only in stages to initiates who have proven themselves through oath and ritual preparation at each preceding level. The organization's own founding mythology places enormous weight on Hiram Abiff, the master architect of Solomon's Temple, according to Masonic legend, murdered by 3 fellow craftsmen for refusing to reveal secret knowledge, specifically the secret master mason's word, before he was ready to transmit it properly, a legend not found in the biblical account of the temple's construction itself, but developed within Masonic tradition to dramatize, researchers argue, the central value the entire institution is built around, that certain knowledge is dangerous, transformative, and must be protected from premature or unworthy transmission through structured secrecy rather than open distribution. Researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework argue this structural obsession with graduated, guarded knowledge transmission, defended even at the cost of the guardian's own life in the central founding myth of one of history's most influential secret societies, is a direct institutional descendant of the same knowledge protection dynamic first established at Eden and repeated through the Watchers, Pythagoras, and the Eleusinian mysteries earlier in this series, now formalized into an enduring, still active organizational structure whose membership at various points in its 3-century modern history has included influential architects, scientists, and statesmen across Europe and the Americas, including a substantial number of the founding generation of the United States itself. It is worth being direct about how thin the specific evidentiary thread connecting Freemasonry to any literal ancient extraterrestrial knowledge transfer actually is. Mainstream historians of Freemasonry, working from extensive documentary records, trace the organization's development considerably more mundanely, from the practical trade guilds of medieval operative stonemasons, who did possess genuine specialized, guild-protected architectural and engineering knowledge worth safeguarding from competitors for entirely earthly economic reasons, gradually transforming during the 16th and 17th centuries into speculative lodges, admitting non-stonemasons interested in the symbolic and philosophical dimensions of the craft tradition rather than its practical trade secrets. This transition is reasonably well documented in surviving lodge records, and it provides a complete, non-extraterrestrial explanation for the organization's symbolic emphasis on construction and guarded knowledge that requires no reference to ancient off-world intervention whatsoever. What researchers in the ancient astronaut framework argue, more modestly and more defensibly, is not that Freemasonry itself possesses literal ancient extraterrestrial secrets, but that its structural form, its instinct toward graduated secrecy around transformative knowledge, echoes and perpetuates a much older cultural pattern whose ultimate origin, in their reading, traces back to the dynamics this series has followed since Eden. Whether or not any individual Masonic lodge or member has ever been consciously aware of that deeper lineage. The Rosicrucian tradition offers a related but distinct thread. The movement first entered public awareness through a series of anonymously published pamphlets in early 17th century Germany, the Fama Fraternitatis and the Confessio Fraternitatis, announcing the existence of a secret brotherhood founded by a figure called Christian Rosenkreuz, said to have traveled extensively through the Middle East, gathering esoteric wisdom from Arab and Persian scholars before returning to Europe to found an order dedicated to the reformation of science, medicine, and philosophy through knowledge too advanced for premature public release. Modern historians of esotericism generally regard the original Rosicrucian manifestos as a sophisticated literary hoax or allegorical thought experiment, likely authored primarily by the German Lutheran theologian Johann Valentin Andreae, rather than as an announcement of a genuinely pre-existing secret society. A scholarly conclusion Andrea himself appears to have hinted at later in life, when he described the manifestos as a ludibrium, a playful jest, though the movement they inspired took on an independent life of its own, generating multiple genuine esoteric organizations claiming the Rosicrucian name and lineage over the subsequent 4 centuries, several of which remain active today. Researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework point less to the specific, admittedly fictionalized founding narrative, and more to the broader recurring pattern the Rosicrucian phenomenon exemplifies: a persistent cross-cultural human fascination with the idea that somewhere, hidden from ordinary institutional channels, a genuinely older and more advanced body of protected knowledge survives, waiting to be found by those judged ready to receive it. A fascination, researchers argue, reflects a deep, remembered cultural inheritance from the actual restricted knowledge dynamics this series has traced across every preceding part. Perhaps no institution generates more speculation along these lines than the Roman Catholic Church, specifically regarding the contents of the Vatican Apostolic Archive, formerly and still popularly known as the Vatican Secret Archives, a vast, restricted collection of documents accumulated by the papacy across more than 1,000 years, encompassing an estimated 85 kilometers of shelving, only a portion of which has ever been made available to outside scholars, and even then typically only for material predating relatively recent periods, and only after formal application and approval. This scale and restriction alone has generated persistent claims, entirely unverified by any credible documentary evidence, that the archive contains suppressed material relating to ancient extraterrestrial contact, alternative accounts of Genesis, or direct knowledge of the Anunnaki Alpha Centaurian conflict this series has traced. Claims that have appeared periodically in tabloid media and popular ancient astronaut literature for decades, without a single instance of independently verified supporting documentation ever surfacing from the substantial community of credentialed historians, including non-Catholic and explicitly secular scholars, who have been granted legitimate access to significant portions of the archive's actual holdings over the years. The honest position here is that the Vatican Archive's genuine restrictiveness, driven overwhelmingly by mundane concerns of document preservation, ecclesiastical privacy, and the sheer logistical difficulty of cataloging and conserving material spanning over a millennium, has created an evidentiary vacuum that popular speculation has filled with claims for which no actual supporting evidence exists. A pattern researchers on every side of this debate should be equally uncomfortable with, regardless of which underlying theory that speculation happens to serve. The secret war continued. A distinct but related strand of modern speculation moves the custodianship question out of ancient secret societies and into the 20th century itself, arguing that the post-war surge in unidentified aerial phenomena discussed earlier in this series did not merely represent renewed observation of Earth by outside civilizations, but triggered active, sustained contact and technological exchange between elements of at least one terrestrial government and one or more non-human parties. Exchange researchers describe under the umbrella term breakaway civilization the theory that a segment of human technological and military development since roughly the late 1940s has proceeded along two separate tracks: a publicly known track, visible in ordinary civilian and even mainstream military technological progress, and a second, deeply classified track operating with access to reverse-engineered or directly acquired non-human technology, decades or even generations more advanced than anything publicly acknowledged. The foundational document most frequently cited in support of this claim is the so-called Majestic 12, or MJ-12, papers, a set of documents first surfacing publicly in 1984, purporting to be briefing materials prepared for incoming President Eisenhower in 1952, describing a top-secret committee established by executive order under President Truman to manage recovered extraterrestrial material, and according to the documents, at least one recovered non-human body from a 1947 crash near Roswell. These documents have been examined extensively by document forensics experts, government records specialists, and researchers on both sides of the UFO debate, and the consensus assessment among professional document examiners, including several with backgrounds in intelligence and archival authentication rather than any prior ideological commitment against the theory, is that the MJ-12 papers show multiple serious indicators of forgery, typefaces and letterhead formats inconsistent with genuine documents from the stated period, procedural and formatting errors inconsistent with actual government classification practices of the era, and, in the case of at least one signature, a match so precise to an authentic Truman signature from an entirely unrelated, publicly available document that forensic examiners considered it more consistent with tracing than with an independent, naturally variable human signature. The FBI itself, after receiving a copy of the documents in the 1980s, conducted its own review and concluded it could find no evidence the documents were authentic government records, a finding the organization has stood behind in subsequent public statements. This does not, on its own, disprove the broader breakaway civilization concept, since a fabricated document does not retroactively falsify every claim built around it, but it substantially undermines the single most concrete piece of documentary evidence the theory's proponents have historically relied upon, and any serious accounting of this material has to weigh that fact heavily. What remains once the MJ-12 papers are set aside is a body of testimonial evidence from individuals claiming direct personal knowledge of classified reverse engineering or contact programs, testimony that has grown considerably more prominent and, in certain respects, more institutionally significant in the years immediately surrounding this recording than at any earlier point in the theory's history. The 2023 congressional testimony of David Grush, a former intelligence officer who served on a Pentagon task force investigating unidentified anomalous phenomena, represents the most legally consequential example to date, delivered under oath before the House Oversight Committee, with Grush stating under penalty of perjury that he had been informed by multiple named intelligence community colleagues of a decades-long program involving the recovery of non-human craft and, in some accounts relayed to him, biological remains. Testimony, he stated, was based on interviews he personally conducted as part of his official Inspector General adjacent investigative role, rather than on rumor alone. Grush's testimony carries a degree of institutional and legal weight that earlier breakaway civilization claims, largely circulated through books, conferences, and internet forums, never possessed, and it has been treated with corresponding seriousness by members of Congress across the political spectrum, several of whom have publicly stated they found his testimony credible and have pushed for expanded, more accessible mechanisms for whistleblowers in this specific area to come forward with protected legal status. At the same time, it remains true, as of this recording, that Grush's testimony, like nearly every account in this specific tradition, stretching back to the earliest Roswell-adjacent claims, is drawn from second-hand and third-hand information relayed to him by others rather than from direct personal observation of any recovered craft or material, and that no physical evidence corroborating the existence of such a program, no recovered craft component, no biological sample, no independently verifiable classified document describing such a program's existence has yet been produced publicly or made available for independent scientific or forensic examination, despite the extraordinarily high-profile nature of the testimony and the substantial subsequent congressional and media attention it generated. This gap, consistently repeated across nearly every major claim in this specific subgenre of the theory for over 75 years, between dramatic, sincerely delivered testimonial claims and demonstrable, independently verifiable physical proof, remains the central unresolved problem of the entire breakaway civilization thesis, and researchers who take the broader ancient astronaut framework seriously while maintaining appropriate scientific caution generally treat this specific strand of the theory as considerably weaker, evidentially, than the ancient textual and archaeological material examined in the main body of this series. Interesting and worth continued institutional investigation, particularly given the genuine, now well-documented seriousness with which multiple governments are treating the underlying unidentified aerial phenomena themselves, but not yet supported by anything approaching the same weight of corroborated, cross-referenced evidence. If a version of the breakaway civilization thesis were true, however, researchers argue it would represent the natural, logical continuation of exactly the pattern this series has traced from its very first part: an advanced outside authority working through a carefully selected, tightly restricted human intermediary group, granting that group access to advanced knowledge or technology far beyond what the general population possesses in exchange for discretion, cooperation, or some other form of compliance. Precisely the same basic transactional structure this series has already identified in the Anunnaki's relationship with favored royal bloodlines, in the Watcher's selective transmission of forbidden knowledge at Mount Hermon, and in the graduated secrecy of the mystery schools and secret societies discussed earlier in this epilogue. Whether or not any specific modern claim in this tradition survives close scrutiny, and the evidentiary record suggests real caution is warranted, the underlying structural pattern researchers argue it exemplifies restricted knowledge transfer as the primary mechanism through which an advanced outside power manages its relationship with a less advanced human population is, if this series' broader framework holds any validity at all, exactly what one would expect a modern continuation of this ancient dynamic to look like. Every sky has its war. The main body of this series drew most heavily on Mesopotamian, Egyptian, biblical, and South Asian material, but a fuller accounting of the pattern this framework claims to identify requires looking at 3 additional traditions the earlier parts had no room for, each of which independently preserves the same basic architecture: a divided pantheon, an early war among its own members, and a resolution that shapes the entire subsequent religious and political order of the culture that remembers it. Norse mythology preserves one of the clearest examples outside the traditions already covered. The Poetic Edda and Prose Edda, compiled in Iceland in the 13th century from considerably older oral tradition, describe not one, but 2 distinct pantheons of divine beings: the Aesir, associated with war, sovereignty, and law, and the Vanir, associated with fertility, prosperity, and, notably, a body of magical knowledge called Cedar that the Aesir are explicitly described as lacking until they acquire it from the Vanir. The 2 groups fight a prolonged, mutually exhausting war, described in the Voluspa as beginning when the Aesir attempt to kill a Vanir figure named Gullveig by burning her 3 times, only to have her be reborn each time. A detail researchers argue parallels the unkillable Watcher motif found in other traditions describing beings whose true nature or resilience exceeds what conventional violence can overcome. The war ends not in outright victory for either side, but in a negotiated truce sealed by an exchange of hostages. The Vanir figures Njord, Freyr, and Freya joining the Aesir in Asgard permanently, while two Aesir, Hoenir and Mimir, are sent to live among the Vanir in return. This resolution, a formal permanent merger of two previously warring divine factions through hostage exchange rather than a clean victory for either side, stands out among the traditions surveyed in this series as one of the few that explicitly describes what a negotiated settlement between two opposed sky-based powers might have looked like, rather than the clean conqueror and conquered structure more typical of the Egyptian, Chinese, and Greek material already discussed, and researchers pursuing this framework argue it may preserve the memory of an actual truce phase within the broader ancient conflict, one whose terms, unusually among the surviving traditions, were remembered and preserved rather than erased by whichever side ultimately held the greater narrative authority in the culture that inherited the story. Zoroastrian tradition, developed in ancient Persia and preserved in the Avesta, offers a considerably starker version of the same basic pattern, one built not around a war between two divine factions who eventually reconcile, but around an absolute, ongoing cosmic dualism between Ahura Mazda, the wise lord associated with truth, light, and order, and Angra Mainyu, later known as Ahriman, the destructive spirit associated with deception, darkness, and chaos. A conflict Zoroastrian cosmology describes as continuing across the entire span of human history and only resolving at a final apocalyptic reckoning, the Frashakareti, in which truth is expected to achieve final, permanent victory. This framework, an ongoing, unresolved war between a benevolent and a destructive divine power with humanity's own moral choices, directly determining which side ultimately prevails, is widely recognized by scholars of comparative religion as one of the most influential theological structures in world history, with documented influence on the later development of Second Temple Jewish angelology, the demonology of early Christianity, and, some scholars argue, the broader good versus evil cosmic dualism that would go on to shape much of subsequent Western religious thought. Researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework argue Zoroastrianism preserves, in its purest and most explicitly stated form, the underlying structure this entire series has traced through more heavily disguised and regionally adapted versions elsewhere. Two opposed powers, one aligned with order, knowledge, and truth, one aligned with deception and control, locked in a conflict whose outcome remains genuinely undetermined, and in which ordinary human choices are explicitly, repeatedly stated within the tradition's own theology to matter to the war's ultimate resolution. The Vedic material introduced earlier in this series in connection with the Mahabharata's weaponry deserves fuller treatment here as well, because the Devas-Asuras conflict that runs throughout the earlier Vedic hymns and later Puranic literature is, structurally, among the most extensively documented divine wars in any surviving ancient tradition, described across dozens of distinct episodes spanning multiple deities and multiple successive conflicts rather than a single founding battle. The Asuras, though frequently translated simply as demons in casual English rendering, are described in the earliest Vedic material with considerably more nuance, as a class of powerful beings who are, in several early hymns, addressed with the same reverence given to the Devas, and some scholars of Vedic religion argue the sharp Devas good, Asuras evil moral division that later, more familiar Hindu tradition assumes was a development that hardened gradually over centuries rather than a fixed feature of the earliest layer of the tradition, a shift some researchers in the ancient astronaut framework connect to the broader pattern already identified in Egypt and Mesopotamia of a once more balanced or contested divine narrative gradually being simplified and resolved firmly in favor of whichever faction's human-aligned priesthood ultimately gained the greater institutional and political power to shape the tradition's later, more codified form. Polynesian tradition, spanning an ocean-wide network of island cultures from Hawaii to New Zealand to Rapa Nui, independently developed across many centuries of dispersed island settlement, preserves its own version of divine conflict centered on the Sky Father Rangi and Earth Mother Papa, whose children, a group of powerful Atua, including Taine, associated with forests, and Tangaroa, associated with the sea, forcibly separate their parents to create space for light and life to exist between them, and act some of the siblings, notably Tauhiri Matea, associated with storms, violently oppose, leading to ongoing conflict among the siblings themselves that Maori tradition credits with shaping the fundamental, sometimes hostile relationship between different domains of the natural world, forest, sea, and storm, that Polynesian navigators and cultivators had to actively manage and appease throughout their daily lives. Researchers argue this tradition, developed independently across one of the most geographically isolated and widely dispersed cultural networks in the ancient world, offers particularly strong support for the broader cross-cultural pattern this series has traced, precisely because Polynesian settlement of the Pacific occurred largely after, and in near total isolation from, the Old World traditions examined throughout the rest of this series, making any direct cultural transmission between them effectively impossible. And yet the underlying structure, primordial parental sky-earth separation, followed by conflict among their divine offspring over the shape and management of the resulting world, recurs all the same. Listening to the stars. If any part of this framework holds even partial validity, it raises an obvious modern question. Is there any way to look directly and scientifically toward the specific star system this series has associated with the Alpha Centaurian side of the conflict and see anything at all? The honest answer, as of this recording, is not yet, though the astronomical picture of the Alpha Centauri system has changed considerably over just the past decade in ways that keep this question scientifically live rather than purely speculative. Alpha Centauri itself is not a single star, but a triple system, Alpha Centauri A and B, a closely orbiting pair of stars broadly similar in size and type to our own Sun, and Proxima Centauri, a much smaller, fainter red dwarf star orbiting the main pair at a considerable distance, currently the single closest star to our own solar system at roughly 4.24 light-years. In 2016, astronomers using the European Southern Observatory's radial velocity data announced the discovery of Proxima Centauri b, a planet orbiting within Proxima Centauri's habitable zone, the range of orbital distance at which liquid water could plausibly exist on a planet's surface given its star's energy output, a finding that generated enormous scientific interest precisely because of the system's proximity, since a habitable zone planet around the nearest star to our own is, by an enormous margin, the most reachable such target that could ever realistically be identified. Subsequent research has complicated the initially optimistic picture considerably. Proxima Centauri, like most red dwarf stars, is prone to powerful, frequent stellar flares, including at least one 2019 event observed to briefly increase the star's brightness by a factor of many times its normal output. Radiation events that many astrobiologists argue would likely strip away any planetary atmosphere over geological timescales, making sustained habitability and any advanced technological civilization considerably less probable on Proxima b specifically than the initial habitable zone classification alone might suggest, though the scientific debate on this question remains genuinely active and unresolved. A second, more distant planet, Proxima c, was tentatively identified in 2019 and subsequently debated, with its exact status still not fully confirmed as of the most recent published research. Additional research has also probed the Alpha Centauri A and B pair directly, including a 2021 direct imaging effort using a specialized instrument at the Very Large Telescope in Chile, which detected a candidate signal potentially consistent with a planet in Alpha Centauri A's habitable zone, a finding still requiring significant additional confirmation before it can be considered an established detection. This astronomical uncertainty has not stopped serious, well-funded scientific efforts to look and listen more directly. The Breakthrough Listen Initiative, funded beginning in 2015 by the Breakthrough Initiatives program, has specifically prioritized Alpha Centauri as one of its highest value targets for radio and optical searches for any sign of artificial, technologically generated signals, precisely because of the system's proximity, a proximity that would make any genuine techno-signature detected there both scientifically extraordinary and, unlike a signal from a target thousands of light years away, at least theoretically within reach of eventual direct follow-up investigation. In 2021, Breakthrough Listen researchers reported, and then, after extensive follow-up analysis, largely ruled out as most likely originating from terrestrial radio interference. A candidate signal detected in Alpha Centauri's direction, designated BLC-1, a finding that generated brief, intense public speculation before the more mundane explanation was established through rigorous follow-up observation. A sequence of events researchers on all sides of this broader debate point to as a valuable, if ultimately negative, demonstration of exactly how a genuine potential signal ought to be investigated, with extended, skeptical, methodologically rigorous follow-up rather than premature announcement. The most ambitious scientific effort connected to the system remains Breakthrough Starshot, first announced in 2016, a research program aimed at developing the technology to send a fleet of extremely lightweight, gram-scale probes toward Alpha Centauri, propelled not by conventional rocket fuel, but by a massive ground-based laser array pushing against thin, reflective light sails. A propulsion method that, if the very substantial remaining engineering challenges can be solved, researchers associated with the program have suggested could theoretically accelerate such probes to a meaningful fraction of the speed of light, potentially reducing the multi-thousand-year travel time conventional propulsion would require down to a period measured in decades rather than millennia. The program remains, as of this recording, in a fundamental research and feasibility phase, facing substantial unresolved engineering obstacles in laser array construction, sail material durability, and onboard instrumentation miniaturization, and no firm launch timeline has been established. It nonetheless represents the most serious, technically grounded scientific effort in human history, specifically aimed at the star system. This series has associated with one side of its central conflict, and researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework note, whether as meaningful signal or as pure coincidence, that human civilization's first genuinely serious technical effort to physically reach Alpha Centauri has emerged at almost exactly the same historical moment as its first genuinely serious, congressionally documented institutional re-engagement with the broader unidentified phenomena question discussed earlier in this epilogue. All of this sits within the much older, broader scientific puzzle known as the Fermi paradox, first articulated informally by physicist Enrico Fermi in a 1950 conversation and formalized in subsequent decades of astrophysical discussion. Given the sheer number of stars in our galaxy, the now well-established prevalence of planets orbiting most of them, and the billions of years available for advanced civilizations to have arisen and spread across the galaxy well before humanity existed at all, why has no unambiguous evidence of any such civilization ever been detected? Proposed resolutions to this paradox span an enormous range, from the possibility that advanced technological civilizations are simply extraordinarily rare, to the great filter hypothesis that some catastrophic barrier, whether self-inflicted through war or environmental collapse, or naturally occurring, reliably prevents most technological civilizations from surviving long enough to become detectable across interstellar distances, to more exotic proposals including the zoo hypothesis, which suggests advanced civilizations may exist in significant numbers but deliberately avoid contact with less developed species, precisely the kind of restrained, protective, indirect influence-only posture this series has repeatedly attributed to the Alpha Centaurian side of its central framework throughout the epilogue and the main series alike. Mainstream astrobiology treats the zoo hypothesis as one serious, if currently untestable, proposed resolution among many without any specific connection to ancient mythology, and researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework argue their theory offers, in effect, a historically grounded, textually supported version of the same basic proposal. Not a hypothetical, unobserved restraint, but a documented, if contested, ancient historical pattern of exactly this kind of careful, limited, indirect engagement playing out across the entire span of recorded human civilization. The genetics question. No part of this theory generates more confident popular claims and more direct, testable scientific pushback than the question of human genetics itself, and an honest epilogue has to address this ground carefully rather than gesture past it. Population geneticists studying human evolutionary history have, over the past several decades, assembled an increasingly detailed picture of how modern Homo sapiens developed using mitochondrial DNA, inherited exclusively through the maternal line, and Y-chromosomal DNA, inherited exclusively through the paternal line, to trace human ancestry back to a most recent common maternal ancestor, popularly termed mitochondrial Eve, and a most recent common paternal ancestor, popularly termed Y-chromosomal Adam, both estimated through mutation rate analysis to have lived in Africa within a range of roughly 100,000 to 300,000 years ago, depending on the specific study and methodology used. It is worth being precise about what these findings actually mean, because popular ancient astronaut literature has frequently misrepresented them. Mitochondrial Eve and Y-chromosomal Adam were not the only man and woman alive at their respective times, nor were they necessarily contemporaries of one another, but rather the specific individuals whose maternal or paternal genetic lines happen to survive, uninterrupted, in every person alive today, while the lines of their many genetic contemporaries eventually died out through the ordinary statistical process of genetic drift across thousands of generations. This is a well-established, thoroughly peer-reviewed finding of mainstream population genetics, not evidence of any singular creation event, engineered or otherwise, and researchers within the ancient astronaut framework who cite these figures as direct confirmation of the Genesis or Atrahasis creation accounts are. Geneticists studying this material are near unanimous in stating, significantly overstating what the underlying data actually demonstrates. The broader fossil and genetic record of human evolution, assembled from an enormous cross-referenced body of skeletal remains, ancient DNA extracted from fossil material, and comparative genomics across humans and other primates, shows a gradual, continuous process of hominid evolution stretching back several million years, from early bipedal ancestors through successive Australopithecine and Homo species, including Homo habilis, Homo erectus, and eventually Homo sapiens, emerging in Africa roughly 300,000 years ago based on the current fossil record, with anatomically modern humans beginning to migrate out of Africa in significant sustained waves starting around 70,000 to 100,000 years ago. This gradual, well-documented evolutionary sequence, supported by an enormous and continually growing body of fossil evidence and, increasingly, directly recoverable ancient DNA, leaves considerably less obvious room for a sudden, deliberate genetic splicing event of the kind this series' main body described than popular presentations of the ancient astronaut theory often suggest, and mainstream paleoanthropologists point to this continuous fossil sequence as one of the strongest single lines of evidence against a literal, punctuated genetic engineering account of human origins. That said, researchers within the ancient astronaut framework, at least its more careful proponents, do not typically argue that Homo sapiens was created from nothing, but rather that an already evolving terrestrial hominid lineage was, at some specific point within that gradual sequence, deliberately modified or accelerated, a claim considerably harder to definitively rule out using the fossil and genetic evidence alone, precisely because it does not require the wholesale replacement or sudden appearance the more extreme popular version of the theory sometimes implies. They point, in particular, to the relatively rapid emergence of behaviorally modern traits, symbolic art, complex language, sophisticated tool traditions, and organized long-distance trade that the archaeological record shows accelerating markedly across human populations broadly within the past 50,000 to 100,000 years, a period some paleoanthropologists themselves have referred to in entirely conventional, non-extraterrestrial scientific literature, using language like the Great Leap Forward or the Human Revolution to describe what appears to be a comparatively rapid flowering of cognitive and cultural sophistication relative to the much slower pace of anatomical change that preceded it. Mainstream paleoanthropology generally explains this acceleration through gradual, internally driven factors, including the development of complex language itself, population growth creating denser networks for cultural transmission and innovation, and climatic pressures driving adaptive behavioral flexibility rather than any external genetic intervention. And it is worth stating clearly that this entirely naturalistic explanation remains the position of the overwhelming majority of specialists actively working in the field. Researchers within the ancient astronaut framework argue the same acceleration is at minimum consistent with, even if it does not definitively prove, a targeted intervention occurring at some point within an already ongoing evolutionary process rather than a wholesale, instantaneous creation from nothing, a more modest and, they argue, somewhat more defensible version of the underlying claim than the theory's most extreme popular presentations typically offer. Claims regarding so-called junk DNA, the substantial portion of the human genome that does not directly code for proteins, deserve particular scrutiny here as well, because they have been widely, and geneticists studying this material are clear, inaccurately cited within popular ancient astronaut literature as evidence of dormant, artificially inserted genetic material of unknown extraterrestrial origin. Modern genomics has moved considerably beyond the term junk DNA itself, which reflected an earlier, more limited understanding of genome function. Large-scale research projects, including the ENCODE project, have demonstrated that a substantial portion of previously dismissed non-coding DNA does in fact serve important regulatory functions, controlling when and how protein-coding genes are activated, while other portions genuinely do appear to be non-functional evolutionary remnants, including inactive viral sequences integrated into the human genome across millions of years of evolutionary history, a well-understood and entirely naturalistic phenomenon called endogenous retroviral insertion, rather than evidence of any deliberate genetic engineering, extraterrestrial or otherwise. No peer-reviewed genetic research has identified any portion of the human genome bearing structural or sequence characteristics inconsistent with the same evolutionary processes documented across all other terrestrial life, and any claim to the contrary should, at this stage of genomic science, be treated with very substantial skepticism regardless of the broader theoretical framework it is offered in support of. A theory's own history. It is worth stepping back briefly from the ancient evidence itself to examine the more recent history of the theory this series has been built around, because the idea of ancient extraterrestrial contact did not emerge fully formed from careful archaeological deduction alone, but developed through a specific, traceable lineage of 20th century writers, each building on and modifying the work of those before them. Early speculative seeds appear as far back as the late 19th century in certain esoteric and theosophical writings, but the theory, in its recognizably modern form, is most directly traceable to French author Jacques Bergier and, more influentially, to the 1968 publication of Erich von Däniken's Chariots of the Gods, a book that sold tens of millions of copies worldwide and remains, by a wide margin, the single most commercially successful work in the entire genre. Von Däniken, a Swiss hotelier with no formal archaeological or scientific training, argued across Chariots of the Gods and its many sequels that numerous ancient monuments, artworks, and texts, including the Nazca lines, the pyramids, and biblical accounts of figures like Ezekiel's vision of a wheeled fiery chariot, could best be explained as evidence of prehistoric contact with, and in some cases direct assistance from, visiting extraterrestrial beings. Von Däniken's work was, almost immediately upon publication, subjected to extensive, detailed academic rebuttal, with archaeologists and other specialists identifying numerous specific factual errors, misrepresented photographs, and mistranslated or selectively quoted source material throughout his central examples. criticism detailed at length in works including the 1976 archaeological rebuttal collection, Fantastic Archaeology, and reiterated consistently by professional archaeologists in the decades since. Von Daniken has continued writing and remains active in the field to the present day, but his early work's well-documented pattern of factual carelessness cast a long shadow over the credibility of the broader genre that followed, a shadow subsequent writers in the tradition, including Sitchin, whose specific philological problems were addressed earlier in this epilogue, have not entirely escaped. The theory reached its widest contemporary audience through the History Channel's Ancient Aliens television series, which first aired in 2009 and has continued producing new seasons for well over a decade since, becoming one of the network's longest-running and most commercially successful programs. The show's format, presenting ancient astronaut claims through the framing device of interviews with a recurring roster of self-identified researchers and authors in the field, has been criticized by professional archaeologists and historians, including informal statements from organizations like the Society for American Archaeology, for presenting heavily contested and often thoroughly debunked claims with a tone of confident, unqualified certainty inconsistent with the actual, considerably weaker state of the underlying evidence, and for rarely if ever including on-camera specialists prepared to offer the kind of detailed, evidence-based counter-argument this epilogue has tried to provide throughout. This is a fair and important criticism of how the theory is most commonly presented to a mass audience, distinct from, though relevant to, the underlying question of whether any specific claim within the broader framework has genuine merit. A viewer encountering this material for the first time through popular television deserves to know that the confident, declarative tone common to that format does not reflect anything close to a settled scientific or historical consensus, and that the strongest, most serious researchers working seriously within this space, whatever their ultimate conclusions, generally engage with the mainstream counter-evidence directly rather than omitting it, a standard this series has tried to hold itself to throughout. What a second contact might look like. Setting aside, for a moment, the considerable uncertainty surrounding every specific claim examined throughout this series and epilogue, it is worth asking directly what researchers within this framework believe a renewed, more open phase of contact, should the pattern this series has traced actually hold and actually be approaching another historical threshold, as the earlier conclusion to Part 12 suggested, might plausibly look like. Based on the pattern of past documented episodes this theory claims to identify. It would almost certainly not, researchers in this tradition generally argue, resemble the sudden, dramatic, unambiguous arrival depicted in popular science fiction. Every episode this series has examined, from the Serpent in Eden to the Watchers at Mount Hermon to the post-war UFO phenomenon itself, follows a consistent pattern of partial, ambiguous, deniable contact, close enough to leave a lasting impression on those who experience it directly, but never quite conclusive enough to force universal, immediate acknowledgement from the wider population or its governing institutions. A pattern researchers argue reflects a deliberate operational preference on whichever side is responsible for it, for plausible deniability over dramatic, unambiguous revelation. If this pattern holds, the most likely near-term indicators, according to researchers in this field, would continue to resemble what has already begun unfolding over the past several years, rather than representing any single dramatic break from it. Continued, incremental government disclosure of previously classified material delivered cautiously and through official channels rather than sudden comprehensive revelation. Continued expansion of credible witness testimony from military and intelligence personnel operating within an increasingly protected whistleblower framework, and continued scientific investment in the kind of direct search efforts, Breakthrough Listen, Breakthrough Starshot, and their eventual successors, discussed earlier in this epilogue, gradually closing the gap between speculative theory and direct, verifiable observation. Researchers most invested in this framework argue that humanity's own trajectory, not any external decision alone, may be the more significant variable determining how and when this process accelerates, pointing to the recurring pattern observed across nearly every episode this series has traced, in which renewed contact or renewed conflict has historically coincided with periods of rapid human technological or organizational advancement, the development of unified language and coordinated capability preceding Babel, the military and administrative buildup preceding the Bronze Age collapse, and the development of atomic weapons and coordinated global radar and radio infrastructure preceding the modern UFO era's documented beginning. Under this reading, the emergence of increasingly capable artificial intelligence and a renewed, well-funded push toward permanent human presence beyond low Earth orbit, both defining features of the present technological moment, are, if the pattern holds, exactly the kind of threshold-crossing developments researchers in this framework would expect to precede the next significant chapter in this long, still unresolved history, whatever specific form that next chapter ultimately takes. The War in Heaven itself. Of all the primary texts this series and epilogue have drawn from, one of the most directly, explicitly war-focused has so far received only passing mention, and it deserves fuller treatment here because unlike the more allegorically read Osiris-Set conflict, or the comparatively terse biblical Watcher narrative, the Babylonian creation epic known as the Enuma Elish describes an actual, sustained, multi-generational war among the gods in explicit, sequential narrative detail, complete with named combatants, shifting alliances, and a climactic single combat whose outcome directly determines the shape of the created world that follows. The text, surviving in versions inscribed on 7 clay tablets recovered primarily from the library of Ashurbanipal at Nineveh and now held in the British Museum, opens not with a single unified divine order but with 2 primordial beings, Apsu, representing fresh water, and Tiamat, representing salt water, and often depicted as a great sea dragon or serpent whose union produces successive generations of increasingly numerous, increasingly restless younger gods. The conflict begins when Apsu, disturbed and unable to rest because of the noise and activity of his boisterous divine descendants, resolves to destroy them, a plan overheard and preempted by Ea, the god of wisdom, who casts Apsu into a magical sleep and kills him, establishing his own dwelling directly on top of Apsu's remains, a detail researchers connect directly to the same Enki figure under his Babylonian name, already established throughout this series as the more scientifically minded, frequently rebellious member of the ruling Anunnaki hierarchy. Tiamat, enraged by her consort's murder, raises an army from among her own divine offspring, arming them with weapons and creating a host of monstrous creatures, serpents, scorpion men, and lion demons among them, to fight on her behalf, and she elevates one of her sons, Kingu, to supreme command of this army, granting him the Tablet of Destinies, an object described throughout Mesopotamian mythology as conferring supreme authority over fate itself upon whoever holds it. Facing what the text describes as an overwhelming, seemingly unstoppable force, the younger gods turn in succession to several of their own number for a champion capable of confronting Tiamat directly, each declining the challenge in turn until Marduk, a younger god associated with Babylon itself and, notably, described in the text as possessing 4 eyes and 4 ears, along with the ability to speak commands so powerful they can destroy and then recreate objects purely through utterance, agrees to fight Tiamat on the explicit condition that, should he succeed, the assembled gods grant him permanent, supreme authority over the entire divine order, a condition the desperate assembly accepts. The climactic battle that follows is described with genuine narrative sophistication for a text of this antiquity. Marduk traps Tiamat using a net, and a great storm wind he drives into her open mouth, preventing her from closing it, before firing an arrow that splits her body directly down the middle. From her divided corpse, Marduk then constructs the physical cosmos itself, using one half of her body to form the sky and holding back the waters above, and the other half to form the earth below, while Kingu, the defeated commander, is executed, and his blood, mixed with clay by Ea, is used to create humanity, explicitly assigned the purpose of serving the gods and relieving them of the burden of their own labor. A creation account researchers argue runs directly parallel to, and may in fact be a variant retelling of, the Atrahasis creation narrative already examined at length earlier in this series. Researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework argue that the Enuma Elish, read alongside rather than in isolation from the other texts this series has examined, preserves what may be the clearest surviving account of an actual, decisive military engagement within the broader ancient conflict, one that resulted in a genuine, if violent, reorganization of the ruling hierarchy itself, Marduk's rise to supreme authority over the older generation of gods, including implicitly over figures like Enlil, whose position atop the pantheon in the earlier Sumerian tradition is notably subordinated to Marduk's in this later Babylonian version of essentially the same underlying mythology. This shift, researchers argue, may reflect an actual, historically consequential change in the balance of power within the ruling Anunnaki hierarchy itself, occurring sometime between the earlier Sumerian period and the later rise of Babylon as the dominant regional power, a redistribution of authority. The Babylonians, as the political inheritors of Marduk's supremacy, had every institutional incentive to enshrine permanently at the center of their own official state religion, with the Enuma Elish itself ritually recited annually during the Babylonian New Year festival, specifically to reaffirm Marduk's ongoing cosmic and political authority. Mainstream Assyriologists read the text rather differently, as a sophisticated piece of Babylonian political theology composed specifically to legitimize Babylon's rise to regional dominance during the reign of Hammurabi or shortly thereafter, using the elevation of the city's patron god within an inherited older Sumerian cosmological framework as a form of religious propaganda entirely explicable through ordinary human political motivation without requiring any literal underlying divine conflict at all, a reading that remains, as with so much of the material this series has covered, the considerably better evidenced and more widely accepted scholarly position. What both readings agree on, regardless of their conclusions about the text's literal historicity, is the significance of the Tablet of Destinies itself as a recurring symbol throughout later Mesopotamian mythology, an object whose possession confers authority not merely through military strength or political legitimacy, but through what the tradition describes as genuine control over fate and cosmic order itself, an object stolen, fought over, and recovered across multiple subsequent Mesopotamian myths involving figures including the god Ninurta, son of Enlil, celebrated across an entire cycle of Sumerian and later Akkadian poetry for his military exploits, defending the established divine order against a succession of chaos-associated challengers, including a specific myth in which Ninurta must recover the Tablet of Destinies after it is stolen by a monstrous being called Anzu, a giant lion-headed bird. Researchers argue this recurring motif of a supreme authority-conferring object contested, stolen, and recovered across multiple generations and multiple distinct mythological cycles reflects an underlying historical memory of an actual technological or administrative artifact, a genuine command and control mechanism whose possession determined authority within the ruling Anunnaki hierarchy itself, its exact nature lost to the intervening millennia, but its structural importance to the unfolding conflict preserved, however imperfectly, across an unusually wide span of otherwise independent Mesopotamian literary tradition. Third powers and swing players. Every conflict this series has examined has so far been presented largely as a two-sided affair, but a fuller reading of the ancient record suggests a more complicated picture, one in which certain figures occupy a genuinely ambiguous, shifting position between the two primary factions, aligning with whichever side served their own specific interests at any given moment, rather than maintaining permanent loyalty to either. Inanna, known in her later Akkadian and Babylonian form as Ishtar, stands as the clearest and most extensively documented example of this pattern in the entire Mesopotamian textual record, associated simultaneously with love, fertility, and war, an unusual combination of domains that already signals a figure resistant to simple categorization. Inanna appears across dozens of surviving Sumerian texts, pursuing her own independent agenda with a directness unusual even by the standards of the notably strong-willed Mesopotamian pantheon, most famously in the myth of her descent to the underworld, in which she deliberately strips herself of all symbols of her authority at 7 successive gates in order to challenge her sister Ereshkigal, ruler of the underworld, for supremacy over that domain as well, an overreach that results in her own death and subsequent, carefully negotiated resurrection, secured through the intervention of Enki, who creates 2 sexless beings capable of entering the underworld undetected to revive her, a debt Inanna later repays, according to the myth's conclusion, by sending her own husband Dumuzi to the underworld in her place to satisfy the underworld's requirement that a substitute be provided before she herself could permanently leave. Researchers argue that Inanna's consistent, well-documented pattern of independent, boundary-crossing ambition, combined with her documented close working relationship with Enki specifically across multiple separate myths, including the well-known account of the Me, the divine decrees or foundational ordinances of civilization, which Inanna successfully tricks an intoxicated Enki into gifting her outright before sailing them back to her own city of Uruk, position her as a genuinely independent third force within the broader ruling hierarchy, one whose loyalties researchers argue tracked her own specific interests in expanding the power, prestige, and cultural influence of her chosen city of Uruk, rather than any fixed allegiance to either the more controlling Enlil faction or a more sympathetic Enki-aligned position. A genuinely three-dimensional political actor within the ancient pantheon whose myths, read collectively, resist easy assignment to either side of the broader Anunnaki Alpha Centaurian framework this series has otherwise applied. Some researchers within this specific framework speculate that Inanna's unusually direct, personally assertive relationship with human rulers, most notably her documented mythological relationship with the historical king Sargon of Akkad, whose own foundation legend describes him as personally favored and elevated by Inanna herself, may represent a distinct third category of influence altogether, an Anunnaki figure operating with unusual independence from the broader hierarchy's stated priorities, cultivating personal, direct relationships with specific human rulers in a manner that blurs the cleaner ideological lines this series has otherwise drawn between a controlling Anunnaki position and a protective Alpha Centaurian one. A structurally similar pattern of third-party, shifting allegiance conflict appears in Greek mythology's Titanomachy and subsequent Gigantomachy, briefly mentioned earlier in this series, but deserving fuller treatment here. The Titanomachy describes a 10-year war between the Titans, the older generation of divine beings led by Cronus, and the Olympians, Cronus's own children led by Zeus, a war Zeus and his siblings win decisively only after freeing and securing the alliance of the Cyclopes and the Hundred-Handed Ones, both groups of monstrous beings previously imprisoned by their own father Uranus and subsequently kept imprisoned by Cronus as well. A detail researchers argue mirrors the recurring pattern already identified elsewhere in this series of a controlling faction maintaining power partly through the deliberate, ongoing suppression of physically superior rival or hybrid beings who, once freed and given cause for gratitude toward their liberators, become decisive military assets for whichever side secures their loyalty first. Hesiod's Theogony describes the Cyclopes specifically rewarding Zeus for their liberation by forging his signature thunderbolt weapon, directly paralleling the pattern already discussed in this series of favored, technologically gifted intermediary figures providing decisive weaponry to whichever ruling faction successfully secures their cooperation, a pattern researchers connect back through the Prometheus myth as well, in which Prometheus, himself a Titan who nonetheless sided with Zeus, during the Titanomachy, later breaks decisively with Zeus specifically over the question of humanity's treatment, stealing fire, a symbol of technological knowledge already established as a recurring flashpoint throughout this series, and gifting it to humanity against Zeus's explicit wishes, an act of defiance for which Prometheus is punished with eternal torment, chained to a rock while an eagle eternally devours his regenerating liver. A punishment researchers argue parallels precisely the pattern of severe retribution against knowledge-transmitting intermediary figures already documented extensively throughout this series in the punishment of the Watchers and the expulsion from Eden alike. Bones in the ground. The recurring motif of giants, introduced earlier in this series through the biblical Nephilim, Anakim, and Goliath, and the broader global mythology of giant hybrid offspring, has generated one of the most persistent and, on close examination, most thoroughly unsupported categories of physical evidence claimed within popular ancient astronaut literature. Recurring assertions that the Smithsonian Institution, during the late 19th and early 20th centuries, systematically recovered, cataloged, and then deliberately suppressed or destroyed numerous skeletal remains of unusually large-statured ancient humans, sometimes described as reaching 7, 8, or even 12 feet in height, in order to protect a preferred, more conventional narrative of human evolutionary history. This claim circulates widely across ancient astronaut and alternative history media, typically supported by citing genuine 19th century newspaper reports, a period well documented by historians of American journalism, notorious for sensationalized, frequently fabricated, or wildly exaggerated content published without the fact-checking standards later eras of journalism would develop, alongside claims of a specific 1932 Smithsonian directive ordering the destruction of such remains, a document no researcher on either side of this debate has ever produced or located in any actual, verifiable Smithsonian archival record. Despite extensive searching by both proponents seeking to prove the claim, and by skeptical researchers and Smithsonian archivists themselves, who have published public statements directly and specifically denying any such policy or directive ever existed. The Smithsonian Institution has, on multiple occasions, issued direct public statements addressing these recurring claims, noting that its physical anthropology collections, extensively cataloged and, for research purposes, accessible to qualified outside scholars, contain no evidence of anomalously oversized human remains of the kind these claims describe, and that ordinary skeletal remains recovered from ancient burial contexts are occasionally and entirely explicably reported by untrained observers or sensationalist period newspapers as unusually large, due to a combination of factors well understood by forensic anthropologists, including the natural tendency of skeletal remains to appear disproportionately large when only partially excavated or improperly measured in the field, the genuine but modest variation in average height across different ancient populations and time periods, and, in a meaningful number of documented cases directly investigated by historians of the claim, straightforward hoaxes perpetrated for local publicity or profit, a well-documented pattern in 19th century America exemplified most famously by the 1869 Cardiff giant, a 10-foot stone figure carved and deliberately buried specifically to be later discovered and exhibited for paid admission, a hoax its own creator publicly confessed to constructing within a year of its supposed discovery, and which nonetheless continues, more than a century and a half later, to occasionally circulate in modified form as supposed genuine evidence within contemporary giant skeleton claims online. None of this fully forecloses the underlying mythological question this series has examined regarding the widespread, cross-cultural prevalence of giant hybrid traditions themselves, a genuine and, as this series has argued, striking pattern in comparative mythology that exists and deserves continued scholarly attention, entirely independent of the specific, thoroughly unsupported Smithsonian suppression claim examined here. but the specific physical evidence most commonly cited in popular media to support literal, oversized giant skeletons as a demonstrated archaeological reality does not hold up under direct examination, and researchers pursuing this framework seriously, rather than through its weakest, most viral popular presentations, generally distinguish clearly between the genuinely interesting comparative mythological pattern, giant hybrid beings recurring independently across dozens of unconnected ancient traditions, and the specific, repeatedly debunked claim of a documented institutional cover-up of physical giant remains, treating the former as worthy of continued serious inquiry, while explicitly rejecting the latter as unsupported by any credible evidence. What the scientists actually debate. It is worth closing this epilogue's excursion into more speculative territory by returning to what working astrobiologists, SETI researchers, and planetary scientists actually debate professionally regarding contact with any advanced civilization, terrestrial mythology aside, because the underlying questions this series has raised through ancient text and archaeology have direct, serious counterparts within contemporary, peer-reviewed scientific discussion, and it would be a disservice to end without connecting them explicitly. The zoo hypothesis, briefly introduced earlier in this epilogue as one proposed resolution to the Fermi paradox, was first formally articulated by radio astronomer John A. Ball in a 1973 paper, proposing that advanced civilizations might exist in significant numbers throughout the galaxy while deliberately avoiding contact with less technologically developed species, precisely to allow those species to develop without external interference or disruption, a scientific hypothesis developed entirely independently of any ancient mythology, yet structurally identical to the restrained, indirect influence posture this series has repeatedly attributed to its Alpha Centaurian framework throughout. The hypothesis remains, within mainstream astrobiology, one serious proposal among several competing explanations for the observed silence, taken seriously enough to be routinely discussed in peer-reviewed astrobiology literature and university-level courses on the subject, while remaining, like every other proposed resolution to the Fermi paradox, fundamentally untestable given current observational capability, since a civilization successfully practicing deliberate non-contact would, by definition, be extremely difficult to distinguish observationally from a civilization that simply does not exist at all. A closely related and considerably more heated professional debate concerns what is known as MEDI, or messaging extraterrestrial intelligence, as distinct from the passive listening SETI has traditionally practiced. Prominent scientists, including the late Stephen Hawking, publicly warned against deliberately transmitting strong, targeted signals advertising Earth's location and technological capability to unknown recipients, drawing an explicit historical analogy to the consistently catastrophic outcomes that followed when less technologically advanced human societies made first contact with more advanced ones throughout Earth's own colonial history, an argument that, whatever one makes of its ultimate merit, mirrors with genuine precision the exact cautionary dynamic this series has traced repeatedly throughout its ancient material, the serious, real-world scientific concern that revealing oneself to an unknown, more capable outside party carries genuine, potentially severe risk, a concern ancient societies, if this series framework holds even partial validity, may have already learned directly and at devastating cost, long before any modern astrophysicist articulated the same caution in explicitly scientific terms. Other prominent voices in the field, including longtime SETI Institute researcher Jill Tarter, have pushed back against the most alarmist versions of this caution, arguing that any civilization sufficiently advanced to pose a genuine threat would almost certainly already be capable of detecting humanity's existing, decades-long history of inadvertent radio and radar leakage, regardless of any deliberate additional messaging effort, rendering the specific caution against active speculative transmission, largely moot in practice, though the broader debate over the wisdom, ethics, and appropriate governance of deliberate interstellar communication remains genuinely unresolved and continues to be argued out at professional conferences and in peer-reviewed literature to the present day, a live, unresolved scientific and ethical question that sits, whether by coincidence or by the deeper pattern this series has argued for, remarkably close to the oldest question this entire 12-part series and its epilogue have been built around: what happens and what should happen when a less advanced civilization first truly encounters a far more advanced one. The king who sought the far shore. No Mesopotamian text is better preserved, more widely translated, or more directly concerned with the boundary between humanity and the Anunnaki than the Epic of Gilgamesh, and its central quest deserves closer attention here than the earlier parts of this series had room to give it. Gilgamesh himself was, in all likelihood, a genuine historical king of Uruk, appearing in the Sumerian king list among the rulers of that city in a period conventionally dated to roughly 2700 BCE. His name later gathering an enormous body of legendary material across the following 2,000 years of Mesopotamian literary tradition, reaching its fullest surviving form in the 12-tablet Akkadian Standard Version, largely reconstructed from tablets recovered from Ashurbanipal's library at Nineveh alongside the Enuma Elish already discussed in this epilogue. The epic describes Gilgamesh, described from its opening lines as 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, a ratio researchers argue is itself a striking, explicit textual acknowledgement of exactly the kind of graduated, partial Anunnaki genetic inheritance this series has argued distinguishes favored royal bloodlines from the wider human population, as a powerful but initially tyrannical ruler whose oppression of his own people prompts the gods to create a wild, equally powerful counterpart, Enkidu, formed from clay in a deliberate, explicit echo of humanity's own original creation, specifically to challenge and ultimately befriend Gilgamesh, tempering his excesses. Following Enkidu's death, a death the gods imposed specifically as punishment for the pair's earlier joint slaying of the divine bull of heaven and the monster Humbaba, Gilgamesh, confronted directly and for the first time with the reality of his own eventual mortality despite his substantial divine ancestry, sets out on an extended journey specifically to seek out Utnapishtim, the flood survivor already discussed extensively earlier in this series, who alone among mortals had been granted immortality by the gods following the deluge, in the hope of learning the secret of eternal life for himself. The journey itself is described in terms consistently emphasizing genuine physical and geographic extremity. Gilgamesh travels through a mountain guarded by scorpion men, through a realm of absolute darkness, and finally across a literal sea of death, ferried by a boatman named Urshanabi using a specific, ritually prescribed method involving punting poles that must be discarded after each use to avoid contact with the deadly waters, before finally reaching Dilmun, the specific named location where Utnapishtim and his wife had been settled by the gods following the flood, a location many Assyriologists have connected, with reasonable textual and geographic support, to the historical Persian Gulf region, most plausibly the island of Bahrain, an identification supported by the region's own ancient Dilmun civilization and its extensive, independently excavated archaeological remains. Utnapishtim, upon Gilgamesh's arrival, is direct and largely unsympathetic regarding his visitor's request, explaining that his own immortality was a unique, unrepeatable grant tied specifically to the extraordinary, one-time circumstances of the flood itself, not a status available for the gods to bestow again upon request, a firm reassertion, researchers argue, of exactly the restricted access boundary this series has traced consistently since Eden. Certain categories of knowledge and capability, once granted under extraordinary circumstances to a single, specifically chosen individual, are not thereafter made generally available, regardless of the requester's own considerable status or persistence. Taking pity on his exhausted visitor nonetheless, Utnapishtim reveals the location of a specific plant growing at the bottom of the sea, capable of restoring youth, not permanent immortality, but a genuine, if lesser, consolation prize, which Gilgamesh successfully retrieves through considerable physical effort, tying stones to his feet to reach the seabed. On the journey home, however, while Gilgamesh stops to bathe in a pool, a serpent emerges and steals the plant directly from where he had set it down, immediately shedding its own skin as it departs, a detail the text offers as a direct, explicit explanation for why serpents are observed to shed and renew their skin, while humanity itself was left, in the story's own stated logic, permanently denied the very rejuvenation the plant had offered. Researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework find this closing detail of the Gilgamesh epic among the most significant and most consistently under-discussed pieces of evidence available anywhere in the Mesopotamian textual record, because it represents the third separate instance across three otherwise independent textual traditions already examined throughout this series, in which a serpent figure appears at the precise moment humanity comes closest to acquiring forbidden, transformative knowledge or capability in Eden, granting knowledge at the cost of expulsion in the broader Near Eastern iconographic tradition surrounding the caduceus and its long, independently documented association with healing knowledge across multiple ancient Mediterranean cultures. And now here, in Gilgamesh, directly intercepting humanity's one genuine, physically retrieved opportunity at biological rejuvenation. Whether this recurring serpent motif reflects, as this series has argued throughout, some genuine underlying historical memory of a specific figure or faction consistently associated with the granting, guarding, or, in this final case, reclaiming of restricted biological and intellectual knowledge, or whether, as the great majority of Assyriologists and scholars of comparative mythology maintain, it simply reflects the serpent's independently well-documented, near-universal role across ancient Near Eastern and broader world mythology as a natural symbol of liminality, transformation, and the boundary between mortality and its opposite, owing to the serpent's own observable biological trait of skin shedding long predating and independent of any Mesopotamian textual tradition specifically. The epic's ending stands, on either reading, as one of the oldest and most poignant surviving statements of a theme this series has returned to again and again: humanity reaching, repeatedly, toward a boundary it is not permitted to cross, and finding, at the final moment, that boundary enforced by a figure whose true nature and ultimate loyalty remain, 4,000 years later, still genuinely unresolved. A modern visitor briefly. In October 2017, astronomers using the Pan-STARRS telescope in Hawaii detected an object moving through the solar system on a trajectory that left no reasonable doubt. It had originated from outside our solar system entirely, the first such interstellar object ever confirmed by direct observation, subsequently named a Hawaiian term chosen to convey the sense of a scout or messenger arriving from a distant place. The object's observed characteristics generated immediate, intense scientific interest and, in certain specific respects, genuine ongoing puzzlement even among mainstream astronomers who hold no attachment whatsoever to any ancient astronaut framework. An extreme, highly elongated shape, unlike any previously observed asteroid or comet. An unusual, tumbling rotation, a complete absence of the visible cometary tail or gas coma that would typically be expected from an icy body heated by close solar passage, and, most significantly, a measurable, statistically confident deviation from the trajectory pure gravitational influence alone would predict, indicating some additional, non-gravitational force was acting on the object as it passed through the inner solar system. The overwhelming majority of professional astronomers who studied, including the extensive international team that tracked it during its brief, roughly 3-month window of observability before it became too faint and too distant for further study, concluded that the most probable explanation for its unusual trajectory was outgassing, the release of volatile material, likely including hydrogen produced through the interior radiolysis of water ice, occurring at a rate too low to produce a visibly detectable coma, but sufficient to generate the small, measured trajectory anomaly observed, an entirely natural, if still somewhat unusual, cometary explanation broadly consistent with an object that had spent an enormous span of time, potentially hundreds of millions of years, traveling through interstellar space before its chance encounter with our solar system. This natural explanation, while not perfectly definitive given the limited observation window available, is supported by the substantial majority of subsequent peer-reviewed research on the object and represents the current scientific consensus position. A minority, prominently including Harvard astronomer Avi Loeb, who co-authored a widely discussed 2018 paper on the subject and subsequently wrote a popular book advocating the position at length, argued that the specific combination of the object's extreme, unusual shape, its lack of any directly observed outgassing material, despite the measured non-gravitational acceleration, and certain aspects of its brightness variation, were, in his assessment, sufficiently unusual to warrant serious consideration of an artificial origin. Potentially a thin, lightweight structure such as a solar sail, whether an active probe or simply drifting derelict debris from some distant, unknown civilization. This position was and remains a distinctly minority view within professional astronomy, subjected to detailed technical rebuttal by numerous other researchers in the field, who maintain that the natural outgassing explanation remains both simpler and better supported by the available data, and Loeb's continued public advocacy for the artificial origin hypothesis, including his subsequent, considerably more speculative Galileo project, searching for potential further interstellar artifacts, has drawn both public attention and, from a significant portion of his own professional community, pointed methodological criticism regarding the appropriate epistemic standards for extraordinary claims of this kind. Numbers too large to believe. Return, briefly, to the Sumerian king list already introduced early in this series, because its full content contains a detail this series has so far only gestured toward, one that deserves direct examination in its own right. The portion of the list describing rulers before the flood assigns reign lengths of a scale that any reader, ancient or modern, would find difficult to accept at face value. Al-Ulim, the first king listed, is credited with a reign of 28,800 years at the city of Eridu, followed by Al-Algar with 36,000 years, and successive antediluvian kings across the list's several surviving versions with reigns variously totaling, depending on the specific copy consulted, well over 200,000 cumulative years before the flood arrives to end the sequence entirely. These figures are not confined to a single damaged or unreliable copy. They recur with substantial consistency across multiple independently recovered exemplars of the list, and they are echoed directly in the later Babyloniaca of the Babylonian priest Berosus, writing in Greek in the 3rd century BCE and drawing on far older Mesopotamian temple records, whose own antediluvian king list, preserved only in fragmentary quotations by later classical authors, including Eusebius, assigns similarly vast reign lengths to a comparable sequence of pre-flood rulers, a striking independent confirmation that these extreme figures were not a scribal error confined to one tradition, but a stable, deliberately preserved feature of Mesopotamian historical memory, maintained across well over 2,000 years of continuous transmission. Mainstream Assyriology offers several converging, entirely naturalistic explanations for these figures, and it is worth presenting them with the same care this epilogue has given to every other piece of counter-evidence. The Sumerian numerical system was sexagesimal, based on units of 60, rather than the decimal system in general use today, and several scholars have proposed that the specific numbers recorded may reflect systematic errors or reinterpretations introduced during later Akkadian-speaking scribes' translation of the more ancient Sumerian sexagesimal figures into their own numerical conventions, a technical transcription problem entirely capable of producing dramatically inflated results without requiring any literal belief in reigns of tens of thousands of years on the part of either the original Sumerian scribes or their later Akkadian and Babylonian successors. A separate, complementary line of scholarship, associated particularly with historian Thorkild Jacobson's influential mid-20th century study of the king list, argues that the specific numbers assigned to each antediluvian ruler may encode deliberate numerological or symbolic significance tied to Mesopotamian religious and calendrical conventions, rather than functioning as literal historical chronology at all. A document meant to convey cosmic and religious weight through its numbers, rather than to serve as a chronologically reliable historical record in the modern sense. A purpose entirely consistent with how the list itself explicitly frames the transition at the flood, treating the deluge as a fundamental structural break, separating an explicitly mythic, symbolically weighted pre-flood era from the comparatively more modest, plausible reign lengths assigned to historically attested post-flood rulers later in the same document. Researchers pursuing the ancient astronaut framework read these same numbers rather differently, connecting them directly to the broader pattern of declining patriarchal lifespans already examined earlier in this series regarding the biblical genealogies from Adam to Abraham, arguing that a ruling class carrying a very high proportion of genuinely non-human Anunnaki genetic material, particularly during the earliest, most direct period of off-world administration, this series has associated with the pre-flood era specifically, could plausibly have possessed a lifespan and correspondingly a reign length dramatically exceeding ordinary human bounds, with the sharp discontinuity at the flood in this reading reflecting a genuine sudden reduction in that proportion of non-human genetic material within the surviving and subsequently ordinary human ruling population rather than reflecting a purely scribal or numerological artifact. This reading requires accepting the underlying genetic hybrid framework this series has built its case around from its earliest parts. A framework this epilogue has already acknowledged rests on considerably weaker genetic evidence than the theory's proponents often claim, and it should be weighed, as with every other specific piece of evidence this series has presented, against the genuinely well-supported, entirely conventional scribal and numerological explanations mainstream Assyriology has developed independently and without reference to any off-world framework at all. What remains genuinely notable, regardless of which explanation any individual reader ultimately favors, is the sheer, deliberate consistency with which ancient Mesopotamian scribal tradition, across well over 2 millennia of continuous transmission spanning multiple languages, multiple political regimes, and multiple independently surviving textual copies, preserved this specific sharp discontinuity between an explicitly vast, almost incomprehensible pre-flood chronology and a comparably modest, far more plausible post-flood one, a structural feature of the tradition too consistent and too deliberately maintained to dismiss as simple scribal carelessness, whatever its ultimate underlying cause. The text at the margins. Any thorough account of this theory's evidentiary base has to address a category of source material that occupies a genuinely uncertain position, neither accepted as authentic ancient scripture by mainstream biblical or historical scholarship, nor entirely without its own dedicated following. Texts including the Kolbrin Bible, the Book of Jasher, and, in a rather different category, the 20th century channeled text known as the Urantia Book, each of which has been cited at various points in popular ancient astronaut literature as supplementary or corroborating evidence for claims this series has examined. Intellectual honesty requires treating each of these on its own specific, actual merits, rather than allowing their frequent grouping together in popular literature to lend any one of them borrowed credibility from the others. The Kolbrin Bible, most actively promoted since the 1990s, presents itself as an ancient compilation combining pre-Celtic British and Egyptian source material, claimed by its modern promoters to have been preserved secretly for millennia before its supposed 20th century emergence into public awareness, and containing, among other material, an extended flood narrative and cosmological content that some ancient astronaut proponents have cited as independent corroboration of the Mesopotamian and biblical flood traditions already examined at length throughout this series. Textual analysis by independent researchers who have examined the Kolbrin's actual language and content, however, has identified vocabulary, idiom, and conceptual framing consistently more characteristic of 20th century English composition than of any genuinely ancient source material, and no credible manuscript history, no chain of custody, no independently verifiable physical exemplar predating its modern publication has ever been produced by the text's promoters, despite repeated requests from outside researchers, a set of red flags that leads the great majority of scholars who have examined the question, including scholars otherwise sympathetic to taking ancient astronaut claims seriously as a subject worthy of investigation, to treat the Kolbrin as a modern composition, whatever its author's specific intentions, rather than as a genuine ancient source, and this series accordingly does not rely on it anywhere in its main body. The Book of Jasher occupies a somewhat different position. Unlike the Kolbrin, it is referenced directly by name within the biblical text itself, mentioned in both the Book of Joshua and the Second Book of Samuel as an existing source the biblical authors drew upon, confirming that some genuine ancient text by this name did once exist and circulate. The specific Book of Jasher, most commonly available and cited today, however, first published in English in 1840, is generally regarded by biblical scholars as a medieval Hebrew composition, likely dating to somewhere between the 11th and 16th centuries CE. An extended, elaborative retelling of biblical narrative material composed many centuries after the events it describes, and many centuries after the genuinely ancient, now lost text the biblical authors themselves were referencing, rather than being that original ancient source itself, a distinction its popular promotion frequently elides, but which the manuscript and linguistic evidence supports fairly clearly. The Urantia book, by clear contrast with both of the preceding texts, does not claim ancient origin at all. It was produced in the United States in the early 20th century, first published in 1955, and its own adherents describe its origin not through any ancient manuscript discovery, but through a claimed process of direct spiritual channeling, placing it in an entirely different evidentiary category from texts claiming genuine ancient provenance, one this series has not drawn upon anywhere in its main 12 parts, precisely because its own stated origin does not claim to be a recovered ancient record in the first place. This series has deliberately avoided building any part of its main argument on any of these three specific texts, restricting its core evidentiary base instead to genuinely, independently verified ancient material, cuneiform tablets recovered through documented archaeological excavation and housed in major public museum collections, the canonical and deuterocanonical biblical and Enochian material with well-established manuscript and transmission histories, and the Vedic and Puranic corpus with its own extensively studied textual history, precisely because a theory already facing substantial, serious scholarly skepticism regarding its core claims does itself no favors by additionally resting any portion of its case on source material whose own basic authenticity remains this thoroughly and this widely contested even among sympathetic outside researchers. Readers encountering these three texts elsewhere in popular ancient astronaut media should weigh them, this series would argue, with a level of scrutiny considerably closer to the weight one would give any other modern claim of ancient discovery, rather than granting them the same evidentiary standing. This series has extended throughout to the genuinely, independently documented ancient sources, its main 12 parts, and the preceding sections of this epilogue have relied upon. The wheel within the wheel. Among all the biblical passages ancient astronaut researchers have cited over the decades, none has generated more sustained, specifically engineering-focused analysis than the vision recorded in the first chapter of the Book of Ezekiel, composed by a priest writing among the Judean exiles in Babylon in the 6th century BCE. Ezekiel describes a vision beginning with a great storm cloud approaching from the north, out of which emerge 4 living creatures, each with 4 faces and 4 wings, moving in perfect coordination beside a set of wheels the text describes with unusual, repeated technical emphasis. Wheels that appear to be, in the prophet's own words, a wheel in the middle of a wheel, their rims described as full of eyes, capable of moving in any of 4 directions without turning, their motion governed, the text states explicitly, by the same coordinated spirit that governed the living creatures beside them. The entire assembly surmounted by a crystalline platform bearing what the text describes as a throne of sapphire-like appearance, from which a figure of fire and brightness, surrounded by the appearance of a rainbow, addresses the prophet directly. The passage's dense, technically insistent, almost obsessively repeated descriptive detail, unusual by the standards of biblical prophetic literature more broadly, which typically favors more conventional, less mechanically specific imagery, drew focused attention in 1974 from an unexpected source. Joseph Blumrich, an Austrian-born aerospace engineer who had, at the time, spent years working for NASA, including direct involvement in the structural design of the Saturn V rocket's external tank support structure. Blumrich, initially setting out specifically to write a rebuttal to earlier, less technically rigorous ancient astronaut interpretations of the passage, described in his own subsequent account how his engineering analysis of the text's specific, repeated mechanical details instead convinced him the vision described a genuinely coherent, if highly advanced, flying craft design, publishing his resulting analysis as The Spaceships of Ezekiel in 1974, proposing a specific engineering reconstruction involving 4 helicopter-like rotor and wheel assemblies capable of both vertical and horizontal rolling movement, and even in later editions, securing formal patents in both the United States and several European countries for a proposed all-terrain, omnidirectional wheel mechanism he stated was directly inspired by his engineering reading of the biblical text. Blumrich's professional aerospace credentials gave his interpretation a degree of technical credibility earlier ancient astronaut analyses of the same passage had generally lacked, and his work remains, to this day, one of the most frequently cited pieces of evidence in the entire field, specifically because it comes from a credentialed engineer working through the text's mechanical details with genuine specialist rigor, rather than from a writer working primarily in comparative mythology or archaeology. It is nonetheless worth noting directly that Blumrich's specific engineering reconstruction has never been independently validated or adopted by any aerospace engineering body beyond his own individual analysis and patent filings, that mainstream biblical scholars overwhelmingly continue to read Ezekiel's vision within the well-established genre conventions of ancient Near Eastern throne vision and Merkabah literature, a recognized and independently well-documented tradition of visionary, symbolically elaborate, divine throne imagery appearing across multiple prophetic and later Jewish mystical texts with no plausible connection to literal mechanical technology at all, and that a single credentialed engineer's individual interpretive judgment, however genuine his professional expertise in an entirely different, non-textual field, does not on its own constitute independent scholarly confirmation of a literal, historical spacecraft in the way its popular presentation frequently implies. Blumrich's analysis remains, on balance, best understood as a serious, technically detailed individual reading of a genuinely unusual and richly imagistic text, one worth engaging with directly rather than dismissing outright, but one that has not achieved anything approaching consensus support, even within the aerospace engineering community, whose specific technical vocabulary it draws upon. The gears of Antikythera. A final piece of physical evidence deserves inclusion in this epilogue, not because it has been extensively claimed by ancient astronaut researchers specifically, though it has been mentioned in passing within the broader field, but because it stands, entirely independent of any extraterrestrial framework, as one of the most genuinely startling demonstrations available anywhere in the archaeological record of how significantly ancient technological capability can exceed conventional expectation, a fact directly relevant to the broader epistemic caution this epilogue has tried to maintain throughout regarding confident claims of what ancient societies could or could not have achieved on their own. In 1901, sponge divers investigating a Roman-era shipwreck off the Greek island of Antikythera recovered a severely corroded, unassuming bronze fragment that would not receive serious, sustained scientific attention for several decades and would not be fully understood until X-ray, and later, in the early 21st century, high-resolution computed tomography imaging revealed its true nature. a sophisticated mechanical device containing at least 30 precisely cut bronze gears, some with teeth spaced at intervals of under half a millimeter, constituting what researchers now recognize as a genuine analog astronomical computer, capable of calculating and displaying the positions of the sun and moon, predicting lunar and solar eclipses years in advance using a sophisticated mathematical model accounting for the moon's variable orbital speed, and tracking the 4-year cycle of the ancient Panhellenic games, all through purely mechanical hand-turned gearing, with inscriptions on the device's surface, allowing researchers to date its construction to somewhere in the 2nd century BCE, likely connected to the sophisticated Greek astronomical tradition associated with the island of Rhodes. No comparably sophisticated geared mechanism has been recovered from anywhere else in the ancient world, and no device demonstrating anything close to equivalent mechanical complexity would reappear in the historical record, as far as current archaeological evidence indicates, for well over 1,000 years, until the development of sophisticated astronomical clocks in medieval Europe and the Islamic world. This is not, it should be said clearly and directly, evidence cited by mainstream archaeologists or historians of science as support for any extraterrestrial origin whatsoever. The device's Greek inscriptions, its use of a specifically Greek calendar system, and its clear conceptual relationship to documented Greek astronomical and mathematical theory associated with figures including Hipparchus place it confidently within an entirely human, entirely terrestrial, Hellenistic scientific tradition, one considerably more sophisticated than earlier generations of historians had assumed possible for the period, but human in origin and human in its documented conceptual lineage all the same. What the Antikythera mechanism does offer, and why researchers across the entire spectrum of this debate, ancient astronaut proponents and their most committed mainstream critics alike, tend to cite it approvingly for broadly similar reasons, is a powerful, physically undeniable demonstration that ancient human technological capability, even using only the historically documented developments of Hellenistic Greek mathematics and craftsmanship, could reach a level of sophistication considerably beyond what earlier scholarly consensus had confidently assumed, a reminder this epilogue would argue is worth holding on to regardless of which broader framework, purely naturalistic or otherwise, any individual reader ultimately favors when weighing the remaining, less definitively resolved anomalies this series and epilogue have examined throughout. A jar, a rod, and a question of voltage. One further artifact rounds out this epilogue survey of contested physical evidence, smaller and considerably more modest in scale than the Antikythera mechanism, but no less persistently discussed across decades of alternative history literature. The so-called Baghdad Battery, a small clay jar, roughly 5 inches tall, recovered during excavations near Baghdad in the 1930s under the direction of German archaeologist Wilhelm König, containing a copper cylinder with an iron rod suspended inside it, sealed with an asphalt stopper, and generally dated by the pottery style associated with the Fine to the Parthian or possibly Sasanian period, placing its likely construction sometime between roughly 250 BCE and 650 CE, a period well over 1,000 years before the conventionally credited 1800 invention of the first true electrochemical battery by Alessandro Volta. Koenig himself proposed, in a paper published in 1938, that the object's specific combination of two dissimilar metals separated by an organic electrolyte, which an acidic liquid such as vinegar or wine would readily provide, constituted a genuine, functional galvanic cell capable of producing a small electric current, speculating that the device might have been used for electroplating gold onto silver objects, a practice with some independent, if debated, supporting evidence from other artifacts of the region and period. Subsequent experimental archaeology has confirmed that a faithful reconstruction of the device, filled with an appropriate acidic electrolyte, can indeed produce a small measurable voltage, generally in the range of a fraction of a volt to just under 2 volts, depending on the specific electrolyte and reconstruction used. a result replicated by multiple independent researchers, including a well-publicized 1940s test by General Electric engineer Willard Gray. This experimental confirmation that the object could function as a low-voltage electrochemical cell has, however, never translated into any accompanying archaeological or textual evidence establishing that it was actually used this way or used for any electrical purpose at all by the ancient society that produced it. No wiring, no electrical connectors, no associated electroplated objects definitively linked to this specific device or its immediate archaeological context, and perhaps most tellingly, no textual reference of any kind from the extensive surviving Parthian, Sasanian, or broader regional literary and administrative record describing electricity, electrical current, or any application resembling one have ever been identified to support the electrical use interpretation. Mainstream archaeologists studying the object have proposed several alternative, and in their assessment considerably more probable, explanations entirely consistent with the object's actual archaeological context. That it functioned as a container for storing sacred scrolls or papyrus documents, with the iron rod serving a purely structural function and the asphalt seal serving simply to protect the contents from moisture. A use consistent with other, better contextualized artifacts of broadly similar construction recovered from the same general region and period. Or, alternatively, that it served some entirely mundane storage function unrelated to either scrolls or electricity, with its specific metal and electrolyte configuration arising incidentally, rather than through deliberate electrochemical design. The honest state of the evidence, then, is genuinely double-edged in a way this epilogue has tried to be transparent about throughout. The object can be shown, through direct physical replication, to be capable of producing an electrical effect, a fact worth taking seriously and not dismissing outright. But the complete absence of any corroborating archaeological, textual, or comparative evidence that its ancient makers intended it for, recognized, or ever actually used it for that specific purpose means the battery interpretation remains, at best, an unproven possibility rather than anything approaching an established archaeological conclusion, and the great majority of archaeologists specializing in the Parthian and Sasanian periods continue to favor the considerably better contextualized scroll storage explanation or a similarly mundane use over the electrical hypothesis. Its popular Baghdad battery name has long since made close to inseparable from public perception of the find. It stands, alongside the Antikythera mechanism discussed in the preceding section, as a useful closing reminder of the specific evidentiary standard this epilogue has tried to apply consistently throughout, that an object's mere physical capability to perform some striking function, whether generating a small voltage or, as with Antikythera, tracking astronomical cycles with remarkable precision, is not, on its own, sufficient evidence that its ancient makers actually understood, intended, or exploited that specific function, a distinction easy to elide in popular retelling and essential to maintain in any serious accounting of what the physical archaeological record can and cannot actually tell us about the true extent and the true limits of ancient human capability. A map, an admiral, and an ice-free coastline. One more contested artifact belongs in this survey before this epilogue turns to its actual close. The Piri Reis map, drawn in 1513 by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis, discovered in 1929 during a cataloging effort at the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul, and notable for its relatively accurate rendering of the eastern coastline of South America at a date only 2 decades after Columbus's first voyage. A genuinely impressive achievement in its own right that the map's own marginal notes explain plausibly enough, stating directly that Piri Reis compiled his chart from a substantial number of earlier source maps, including, by his own explicit written account, a map said to have been used by Columbus himself, a claim entirely consistent with the well-documented active exchange of geographic and navigational information among Mediterranean and Atlantic mariners during this specific, intensely competitive early era of European transatlantic exploration. The map's more contested claim to fame concerns its southern portion, which some researchers, beginning most prominently with an amateur historian named Charles Hapgood, writing in the 1960s, have argued depicts the coastline of Antarctica in a configuration consistent with the continent's actual subglacial bedrock topography as later revealed through 20th century seismic surveying, a topography Hapgood argued could not plausibly have been known to any 16th century cartographer given that Antarctica itself would not be sighted by any European expedition until 1820, over 3 centuries later, and its subglacial rock contours would not be mapped through modern survey techniques until the 1950s, leading Hapgood to propose that Piri Reis's source maps must have ultimately derived from a far more ancient, considerably more advanced seafaring civilization, mapping the continent during a much earlier period when its coastline was still substantially ice-free, a claim subsequently picked up and extended considerably further within popular ancient astronaut literature. Professional cartographic historians and Antarctic geologists who have examined this specific claim in detail have identified substantial, specific problems with it that considerably weaken its evidentiary force. The southern landmass on the Piri Reis map, when compared directly and carefully against the actual, well-documented coastline of South America, aligns considerably more closely and more simply with the southward curving extension of the South American coast itself, consistent with the common 16th century cartographic practice, well documented on numerous other surviving maps from the same general period, of extending a partially known coastline southward based on speculation or on the mistaken, then common belief in a large southern continent, the hypothesized Terra Australis, generally believed by contemporary cartographers to exist somewhere in the far south long before any actual sighting of Antarctica confirmed the guess, than it does with the actual, specific bedrock topography of Antarctica's Queen Maud Land coastline that Hapgood's more elaborate interpretation depends upon. An alignment historians of cartography argue requires considerably more interpretive latitude and selective feature matching to sustain than the far simpler, better evidenced explanation of a reasonably characteristic 16th century speculative coastline extension. The map remains, regardless of how one resolves this specific southern coastline dispute, a genuinely significant and well-preserved historical document, valuable to historians of cartography for what its detailed marginal annotations reveal about the specific documented network of source material available to and used by Mediterranean navigators in the crucial transitional early decades following Columbus's initial voyages. A genuine and interesting history entirely on its own terms that does not require and is not well served by the additional, considerably more speculative, ancient civilization framework Hapgood's specific reading has attached to it, a pattern this epilogue has now observed repeatedly across multiple distinct pieces of physical evidence. An authentic, independently interesting artifact whose genuine documented history is frequently overshadowed in popular retelling by a considerably more dramatic but considerably less well-supported alternative interpretation layered on top of it. Final words. Across 12 parts, and this considerably longer epilogue, this series has tried to hold two things in tension simultaneously, because the honest treatment of this material requires holding them in tension rather than resolving prematurely in either direction. The first is the genuine, carefully documented weight of mainstream historical, archaeological, and scientific scholarship, built across more than a century and a half of patient, cross-checked, peer-reviewed work by specialists in dozens of distinct academic fields, work that explains the overwhelming majority of the evidence this series has presented through entirely naturalistic mechanisms, independent cultural development, shared human psychological archetypes, genuine ancient engineering ingenuity, and the ordinary, well-documented human tendency to explain political authority, natural catastrophe, and the mystery of mortality itself through the vocabulary of divine will and conflict available in any given era. That scholarship deserves to be taken seriously, engaged with directly, and, in the great majority of specific individual claims this series has examined, treated as the better supported explanation, a position this epilogue in particular has tried to make explicit rather than merely gesture toward. The second is the genuinely remarkable, cross-culturally persistent pattern that remains even after that scholarship has done its considerable work. Civilization after civilization, separated by oceans, mountain ranges, and thousands of years, independently arriving at strikingly similar foundational stories, a species made by beings greater than itself, a war among those beings fought at least partly over what that species was and was not permitted to know, a catastrophic flood remembered nearly everywhere humans have ever lived, and a recurring, cross-cultural figure, teacher, serpent, or sky-descending stranger, associated simultaneously with forbidden knowledge and with the protection of a species not fully in control of its own destiny. Mainstream scholarship has real, substantive, well-evidenced explanations for why this pattern recurs without requiring any literal ancient contact at all, and this epilogue has tried to present those explanations honestly and in genuine detail rather than as a token gesture toward balance. But the pattern's sheer persistence, its recurrence across cultures with no plausible route of contact, its consistency of specific narrative structure rather than mere thematic overlap, remains, even to many of the same scholars who reject the literal ancient astronaut framework outright, a genuinely interesting and not fully comfortably resolved feature of the human story, worth continued attention regardless of which explanatory framework any individual viewer ultimately finds more persuasive. What this series has offered, across its full length, is not a verdict. It is a map of a debate drawn as fully and as honestly as the format allows, tracing one particular, internally consistent way of reading humanity's oldest and strangest stories against the considerable weight of the scholarship built to explain those same stories in entirely different terms. Whether the Anunnaki and the Alpha Centaurians the framework is named for were ever real, distinct off-world civilizations locked in a war for the fate of an emerging species, or whether they are, as the great majority of trained historians and archaeologists maintain, the mythological vocabulary an ancient world reached for to make sense of its own catastrophes, its own hierarchies, and its own oldest, still unanswered questions about where knowledge comes from and who has the right to withhold it. The questions themselves persist, exactly as old and exactly as unresolved as they were at the beginning of this series. That persistence, more than any single piece of evidence examined across these 12 parts and this epilogue, may be the truest thing this entire history has to offer. There is one more thing worth saying plainly before this history closes, because it applies regardless of where any individual viewer ultimately lands on every specific claim this series and epilogue have weighed. The evidence examined across these pages does not divide neatly into a pile that supports the ancient astronaut framework and a separate pile that refutes it. Nearly every individual piece, the Sumerian king lists genuinely vast, antediluvian reign lengths, the Enuma Elish's genuinely detailed war narrative, the Baghdad jar's genuinely measurable voltage, the Antikythera mechanism's genuinely startling precision, sits in a considerably more ambiguous middle position. Real, well-documented, and genuinely strange on its own terms, while also being explicable in every single case this series has examined in detail through conventional means that the great majority of trained specialists in the relevant field find more probable than the alternative. That combination, real strangeness paired with a more probable conventional explanation, is not a contradiction. It is, if anything, the single most consistent finding this entire investigation has produced, repeated across dozens of independent pieces of evidence spanning 5,000 years and every inhabited continent, and it is worth sitting with directly rather than resolving artificially in either direction toward either confident belief or dismissive certainty, neither of which the actual state of the evidence, examined this closely and this consistently, genuinely supports. What can be said with somewhat more confidence is this: humanity has never stopped telling itself some version of this story in one form or another across every culture, every era, and every level of technological sophistication it has passed through, from the earliest Sumerian scribe pressing a reed into wet clay to describe kingship descending from heaven, to a Pentagon task force briefing a congressional committee in the 21st century on unidentified anomalous phenomena captured on military sensor equipment. The vocabulary changes. The underlying question, whether humanity is alone in shaping its own destiny, or whether it has always shared that responsibility, willingly or not, with something considerably older and considerably more capable than itself, does not. Whatever the true answer to that question ultimately turns out to be, and this series has tried, honestly, not to claim more certainty about that answer than the actual evidence supports. The question itself has proven, across every single era this history has passed through, remarkably resistant to going away. Thanks for watching, everyone. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. Drop a comment below with your thoughts. I love hearing from you. Check out more videos on the screen, and I'll see you in the next one. Take care.